Oh my god, this time it appeared fast. I didn't even get to ask, am I live? I'm assuming I'm live. Good job, YouTube. You did it well for once. I hope this keeps up. How are you all doing? Welcome everyone, it's me Gamerturk, and today we're gonna be streaming some more Sword Art Online Fractured Daydream. My intention is, in case there are still people in the EX Raid playlist, especially at this hour, on the western side, there are no globe in the western world, let's say. Just help them out a bit with the EX boss raids. I literally do not need anything else from the Sword Golem, but will still be running it for a bit. Sadly, I only have Rack with me, so if any of you are playing, you are more than welcome to join my party over here, so that we may go in and get some, wins for some people. And I am not going to be streaming EX raids for the entire raid. I do wanna change it up a bit at some point, so we may go into some co-op quests. Depending on the boss, we may do some regular bosses, but the usual 2-hour stream. Nothing much different. Hey there, Kings. Hey there, Polsky. How are you all doing? Rack, did you like the stream as I told you to? Thank you. All of you, like the stream. And Jesus. Nope, how about we don't do that? My mic just literally dropped onto me because it's right on the edge of my desk. Good start to the stream. If any of you are watching this on your phone, please do let me know if the live stream has like a hype button somewhere. It's a new thing YouTube is doing. I'm not even sure if they're supposed to show up on live stream. They do show up on regular videos, I believe, for 7 days from the point you upload the video. And if people hit that hype button, your video has a chance to show up for others as well. Because apparently YouTube at some point decided, hey, our like button, no, that does not mean people liked it. We need a hype button to see if people liked it or not. Like, what do you guys even do at this point? Doesn't matter. What do you mean your like button isn't displaying? Rack, please. Likes are... Actually, I don't know if likes are still important, but still press them. I don't know what YouTube is doing these days. Hello there, Kirigahima. I did not miss you, I'm pretty sure. I'm just behind in chat as Alright, as I said, if anyone wants to join us, please do let me know in between games. I will be checking the chat. And if anyone wants to join up to our party... Oh my god, there are a lot of people. Okay, we are not necessarily carrying and helping other people. We're basically just contributing some average contributions. But that is good. I was genuinely surprised to have it fill up to 20 at this time. This is the 3rd time the Sword Golem is coming back, by the way, so most players have already gotten what they wanted. Primarily the Neige fragment, of course. We need to collect all 4 of them to unlock Neige in the next upcoming season. That's gonna start October something, I want to say. October 2nd, maybe October 3rd, somewhere along those lines. It's gonna begin. But that was actually one of the things I wanted to open up with. Well, good thing that I mentioned it and reminded myself. But if you've been following me on Twitter or Facebook or here on YouTube... Why is that loud? My mic is gonna pick up and I... double echoing thing. Sword Art Online, it appears, is not going to be present at Tokyo Game Show. It's been way too many back-to-back years. I do not recall a single Tokyo Game Show year that we did not have a Sword Art Online specific stage, mind you. Not just appear at Bandai Namco's own stages, but an actual stage Sword Art Online always had. I need to build water. I tapped any. And the attack is fire, right? I need Oh yeah, this is the first year in many years where we're not having a dedicated Sword Art Online stage or appearing in Bandai Namco's. So it's a bit of an interesting year for Sword Art Online. Interesting, very kindly, obvious. It's really been a surprisingly dull year for Sword Art Online. I never expected we'd get this far. I do still, if you follow me on Twitter, you should. I posted an entire thread about this. I am not particularly thinking that Sword Art Online Fractured Daydream has come to an end of development of sorts. It's just that literally the only thing Sword Art Online has right now is Integral Factor and Fractured Daydream. And a Fractured Daydream DLC reveal, some DLC talk, it is not going to carry an hour-long stage part online. I feel like they still do have DLC plans, at least seasonal DLC plans. It's just not worth it to get an entire hour-long SAO stage out of it, where people will be disappointed because they did not learn anything. The one thing is the fact that we're not appearing in Tokyo Game Show this year is that sadly I'm now convinced we are actually not getting a yearly large-scale DLC like I wanted, like I wished we would. Because, you know, it's a live service game. You do large-scale yearly DLCs, bring people back, rekindle the game, make some big overhauls based on feedback. The yearly update, yearly content drop is your best chance to do such large-scale things for your game, which is definitely sad. But I still do think we are continuing to get seasonal DLCs. I think that's part of their plan still. Because if you look, that's one of the good things about Steam database. You can go over to steamdb.com and search for Fractured Daydream. And you will see that the game is being updated multiple times a day. It's still being updated daily, which has been the case since before launch. That means devs are pretty actively working on the game, and your regular, we're just maintaining the game attitude. It is not going to feel like multiple updates a day during weekdays happening on the game. So based on that alone, I'm like 99% certain we are continuing to have future content, which includes DLC. But also every single season we're getting like 3 character stories, remember, in the side missions. We're getting some mid-scale updates here and there, at least every second quarter, or every half, good way to put it. We're getting some relatively mid-scale changes, balancing and all those kinds of stuff. So that still seems to be happening. But yeah, not appearing at Tokyo Game Show. Bit of a bummer now. I really wanted that. Really large scale. The fact of the matter is the small scale DLCs, they just feel pointless. I've been saying it since when? I think ever since Stray DLC I've been saying this. I'm not sure, I did not check my own. Check me on that. The DLC stories, while they have very neat character writing, excluding DLC, writing DLC story. Sword Golem is quite hectic. This is not the best content to speak over. Too much brain processing power. I don't have a lot of it. But I've been saying this for quite some time, that the DLC stories feel like obligations from the developer side, because without a story, the DLC is basically just your run-of-the-mill character pack, but they don't want it to look like a character pack. So what they're doing is they're tacking on this 1 hour relatively uninspired story. Granted, with very good characters, they know what they're doing with the characters. But what they're giving us is not a story, it's not a narrative, it's just something that is happening that is not particularly engaging. So the DLCs, despite the fact that the playable characters are great, the fact that they come with a story and they come with pre-orders no less, that establishes certain expectations. When you pre-order something, it feels special in a sense, you get what I mean? So when we get this uninspired story, it just ends up a full-on disappointment. Even though it's nothing egregious, I don't think any of the stories except for DLC has been egregious. They have had quite nice moments, as I keep saying. They have really good character usage, innovation, lore usage, references. But the fact that they come with pre-orders, and the fact that it's being advertised to have a story that ends up being an hour-long fetch quest, so to say, it does end up having an unjustified negative reaction as a result, solely because of the way things have been established. And it's not the fault of the content itself, like it's not the fault of the developers, it's just the fact that they did not advertise the characters as a character pack and force the story into it is the mistake here. And what I'm not sure is if they are gonna continue with stories. I feel like they will. I think from a marketing standpoint, they kind of that push to market it as a DLC rather than a character pack. There is no shame in calling it a character pack and not a story, if you're not gonna have at least a good story, you know? It's low production value, meaning no cutscenes or interesting camera utilization here and there. It's tiring. I don't find with them. That's one of the reasons why I really want the yearly story DLC, something like a 3-4 hour long story with some sort of a production quality, a couple of cutscenes, maybe one pre-rendered cutscene, just to ease it up on the game and do something creative. We desperately need creativity in Sword Art Online story. Something that tries to go forward rather than mashing past. Like references are nice, and I feel like Fractured Daydream does references a lot better than main series what Ricky is writing the past couple years. But goddamn, that's stories. I don't even remember how I entered our conversation. But what I think is, I think that's where I wanted to. What I think is they are going to be reapproaching how they're distributing DLCs, communicating it. Because what they have been doing so far, first off, the character pass as a bundle. I think it was just a massive confusion starter for a lot of players, what the character pass was, because the character pass includes 2 DLCs, DLC 1 and DLC 2, and character pass 2 includes 3 and 4. But the reality is, when they had character passes, it was the character pass you had to pre-order. The store listings for the individual DLCs, they were not available, they were not pre-orderable. A lot of people thought, do I have to buy a $30 DLC just for a single character I wanted? But that was never the case. But it's just, at best, it is bad communication because you're not communicating transparently due to the time of your release schedule. At worst, that is purposely misleading. So will get the $30 pass instead of the $15 individual DLC. And on the additionally, the character pass also locked you in. Like, you could not refund it because the character pass comes with digital content, which are just 3 stamps, which was the main reason why nobody could refund the character pass 2 when the issue was happening. How the turntables, right? And secondly, for some weird reason, there is no price advantage for getting it as a bundle, which was confusing for players. It wasn't particularly a matter, but like, character pass is $30 or 30 euros, wherever you are. Individual DLCs are $50 or wherever you are. Why? That was also a very weird choice. I'm just gonna Oh, wait. I wanted to invite people. Is it me or the game louder than you? Could be. Let me quickly check my microphone levels again. Because the game shouldn't be louder than me, but Windows may have messed with my microphone. Yes, it has. My microphone was at 70%. Got it. Has it at least been understandable? I rambled very hard trying to concentrate on the game for about 10 minutes. I don't want to repeat that. No worries, Liz. No worries. Have fun with Genshin. Okay, nobody wants to join, so I'm just kicking up the matchmaking. It was at least understandable, thank God, because I could barely hold my train of thought anyways. I cannot repeat that again. Where were we? Yeah, so what I imagine what they may do is just scrap character pass altogether because the bundle was pointless. And it also led to issues on Bandai Namco EU side where they completely screwed it up for, 3 weeks? They failed to deliver the DLC. And also, because the character pass was being announced so far earlier as a bundle of 2 DLCs, they had to announce the second DLC of the pass way early on as well. So, DLC 1 was basically getting announced 2 months prior to its release, roughly. And the second DLC of the pass was getting announced like 5 months before it was released, roughly. Which led to them revealing a DLC for a small hype bump. And then 2 months, absolutely nothing. Because the DLC itself is so minimal on content. The main content of the DLC is the fact that you're getting these new, greatly designed characters. The 30-minute, 40-minute story has 0 content, 0 marketable content attached. Okay, this is a bad lobby now. Sword Golem's gonna be hard like this. So it was terrible for their communication strategy as well. They had a hype bubble, and by the time the DLC released, nobody cared about the DLC anymore. It had been 2 months for the first DLC, 5 months for the second DLC. It's like the hype cycles did not match up to anything. So what I imagine they may do is scrap the character pass, no more bundles. What they will, if I was in their place at this point, what I would do is I'm gonna announce the DLC 1 week before the release of the DLC. That was practically what they were doing anyways. We were just getting a preview 1 day before the release of the DLC. Aside from the fact that they revealed it 2 months ago for no reason other than selling pass pre-orders that ended up being broken anyways. So, just reveal your DLC 1 week before the release of the DLC, which is also good timing because your new season launched the week prior of your reveal, so you have a nice little carryover hype from subsequent events. You start the new season, you reveal the DLC. You reveal the DLC next week, and the week after the DLC actually releases. Like, you have a solid 3 weeks of hype carryover that is going to help with the game, and it's going to help with your social accounts as well. Because you will not have to stay silent for multiple months to be able to share something that you don't really have. That's what I imagine what they will... I can't say what I imagine they will do. I'm just gonna keep saying it is, under current circumstances, what I would do as a social media marketing strategy in that case. Not necessarily just social media marketing in general. Because what they were doing so far with what little content they had that they could market, it was not functioning, and it was hurting them in return as well. It was getting people angry because they were just going through extensive silence. It wasn't helping the game because everybody already forgot, oh, there was supposed to be a DLC, right? Because it has been so long now. Maybe they make game better, but no DLC? Now, what do you mean? Like, still getting a sizable yearly update? They can do. They're already somewhat doing it. As I said, they were doing like bi-yearly, so twice a year, like those mid-scale updates that shook certain things up. Like, the Season 2 update was really sizable in terms of balancing, of course based on what they had observed from Season 1. And with Season 4, we actually had the Talisman introduction, of a bunch of other relatively mid-scale changes to a lot of the things. Like the matchmaking changes and all those kinds of stuff. So I still think we'll be getting like semi-sizable updates or refinements to the game. It's just the fact that we don't have a large-scale, ambitious yearly DLC. It is just a bit disappointing, just because I was hoping we would really have one. I mean, overall, the game is maintaining itself just fine. But not sure how it would go for an entire year now, since the game is technically a year old. You know, it's not a fresh, novel thing in people's minds. Like, if they're happy with just maintaining with what they have with the current player base, that is okay. That is their decision, and if they feel like they can continue doing that, you know, sure, why not? Who am I to judge? But I really would have wanted a large-scale, ambitious yearly DLC to bring people back, rather than maintaining the current relatively barren status quo. People exaggerate how empty things are. Definitely not to the level that people on the internet would lead you to believe. The game is still very much well populated with full servers on Japanese high time, and like 10 people servers, let's say 50% full servers in regular times for funnel activities like EX raids and boss gauntlets. It still does get a bit troublesome in bad times for the playlist activities. The entire quick play is really doing some heavyweight lifting. Oh my god, people are going down a bit too fast. How many players do we actually have? We got 10 players. 10 players is quite hard for Sword Golem. Like, we may be able to go through the phase 2, but phase 3, that is going to hurt a lot. And you know, we'll probably lose 1 or 2 more people until then as well. As you can see, people are going down really fast. This is probably not going to be a successful lobby. If you're still on the lookout for niche fragments, by the way, if you're missing any niche fragments, next week, on weekly reset, I don't recall when the weekly resets are. I keep on saying Tuesdays, but I'm not gonna be surprised if it's Thursdays and I'm misremembering. But on the weekly reset, for the final 2 weeks of the season, we will be having all EX raids on a daily rotation. So if you're missing any niche fragments, log in daily and see which EX boss raid is up for that given day. So you may go ahead and collect the niche fragment that you are missing to unlock niche on October 3rd. I think it's October 3rd, I am not sure when the season is ending and the new one's starting. But yeah, I don't think Season 5 is the last season. I don't think we're not getting any more DLC. We probably will, but announce like a week or so before the DLC is released. I was like, why is that person looking so much like Litten? Because of the green outfit. And you know what I will go back to is that I don't think Bandai Namco was ready as to how much hype the game would have on release. It's really wild how great this game began and how it went to, like, how to put it in the right way, like abandoned by marketing completely. That's why I keep saying I don't think Bandai Namco expected how popular this game would be on launch, because if they had, they definitely had the resources to keep the wind blowing in their sails. Like, that was a huge launch period like no previous SAO game before. And I feel like if they knew, they would have, if they expected it to be that good, I feel like they'd also approach content rollout and content additions a bit differently as well. Because, you know, something like a yearly DLC, that is not something you decide to do 2 months prior. That is something you decide pre-launch easily and probably start working on it the moment the game launches with a sizable chunk of your team. That's a counter. So when the game launched with so much hype, oh my god, we missed it somehow. Like, if they knew how successful that launch was going to be, they expected it, they'd probably be working on a yearly DLC by then. And because they weren't, they just couldn't change anything at that point. It was too late. When can we have the rest of the Gameverse characters? If we have more DLC, which I think we will, 2 more characters every season would be the base assumption. How many of them are going to be Gameverse characters, that would remain to be seen until an announcement to be made. Alright, I keep forgetting, I had level 3 charge on this sword. It's quite amazing we did not lose anyone so far. I got 10-player lobby, still resisting. That is good stuff. shit. I did jinx myself. I mean, I would imagine Rain and 7 would be a single DLC. I think it would be weird to introduce them separately. In fact, I feel like the only reason Philia and Strea were introduced separately is because they actually come from different games. One is from Infinity Moment, and the other is from Hollow Fragment. Technically, as projects, they are separate projects. But with every other Gameverse character, I would personally expect them to be coming in a single DLC as a duo every single time. I'm sorry, Itsuki, but I'd rather have Kureha and Zeliska instead of you, despite the fact that I don't like Kureha in the first place. But since we're not only just getting Gameverse characters, like we're getting other new characters as well. I don't know if they'll solely full-on focus on Gameverse characters back to back. Like, we may get other characters in between. There's one thing they need to change about Asuna. They need to make her animations faster. I swear her attack animations is worse than Kirito in my opinion. That is the main reason why I don't play Asuna. She does not feel fast. For being the Flash, I think they focus too much on the impact side of the Flash rather than the agility of it. Because, you know, the anime does it as well to emphasize that elegant thing. Elegance and impact. But in anime, you're not obliged to do everything real time. You can take a lot of liberties with the timing to really sell an action. In a game, I feel like with Asuna you do need that kind of agility. Why am I getting thousands of messages of Discord? Where are they even coming from? Okay, Drac and Liz. Okay, let's do one more EX raid and then switch to co-op. I want Dorothy, but it's hard, I guess. I don't think it's hard. It's just on the tail end of the Gameverse tree. It will just take long. It's not particularly hard. I like those quest reward bonus thingies. It is quite possible to do the DLCs after Neige is unlocked after Season 5. You mean like having story implications to them? That they happen after Neige is actually brought back? Technically speaking, the time slot of some of the DLCs are really left ambiguous. Like Strea DLC, because... Let me start from there. Remember, the end of the base game, the epilogue scene, we already had Neige revived. Like, that is done. So with these Neige fragments, we're just filling the blank from the end of the game until its epilogue, technically speaking. And what we had with DLC 1, the Strea DLC, we collected the first fragment for Neige. So that DLC explicitly took place before we revived Neige. Sachi DLC also explicitly took place before we revived Neige. Because, you know, Fuka was coming to certain conclusions, looking at how Sachi was able to be fully recovered. Part of that came from Kirito's memories and all those kinds of stuff. And then she talked to Cardinal with all those things to have that revelation. So that also explicitly took before the epilogue scene of the game. There was absolutely no indication, as far as I recall, in Pitoi and M DLC. And DLC 4 was just so vague all around that it didn't know where in Fractured Daydream timeline it took place. It didn't know where it pulled the characters from. It was so scared to say anything about any sort of time frame that Mito's inclusion was completely wasted, with the game unable to do anything significant, meaningful. Like, all they could do is, oh, it's been a while since we went. How long has it been? Where were you pulled from? What's the last thing you remember, Mito? Why don't you tell any of it? Why do you have your Scherzo abilities, the Scherzo sight abilities, the variable sights abilities with the chains and shit, but you're still wearing your Arya clothes and your even her scythe is still designed after Arya's basic scythe. What was I even talking about? Why am I saying all these? But yeah, you know, if they have a better planning about how they're gonna tell 30-minute long nothing burger stories, sure, that might be a consideration, but I don't think it is a consideration, realistically speaking, with the way the first year DLCs were handled, at least. Oh, Deco can join us. Sure, I'll invite you after. Although we will head over to co-ops after this, if you're fine with that. Hey there, Rick. Welcome. How you doing? I like SAO. Is this game amazing? I think it's really good. Amazing is a bit stretching. I'll be honest. If you had asked me before DLC 4, I'd probably have a much more positive attitude towards it. The DLC 4 is just... it had so much potential, but did so little that I ended up... oh my god, I am extremely sorry. Whoever you are, that is completely my fault. I went for a switch instead of reviving you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry if you're watching. And it's a really good game. It is still a very much fun game, and it's still reasonably populated. I have nothing bad to say about this game in general. I still play it daily. I'll be honest, I drop it a bit after I complete my trial pass up until level 16. I am not at all interested in the additional engrams. They don't mean anything to me. I need to go for level 3. I keep forgetting I have level 3 charge. Oh my god, Drax's gonna die. Now I'm gonna die. Okay, this is pretty bad. I think we're out. How many people were in? That was quite the full lobby as well. I have no idea why everyone's going down like that. I'm gonna die again, by the way. I think I'm just gonna die and head out. Everyone seems to be in that mood. Look at that, everyone's just going down constantly. Well, sorry I wasn't as thrilled answering that question. My plan for this stream was literally just... I am going to sacrifice myself and head out of the lobby. I am sorry to all my teammates. I think this lobby had potential, but with so many actual players in, at this point I don't think we're gonna pull off the final phase. Appreciate it, Mr. Heathcliff. But I am actually trying to die right now. Yeah, I'm sorry for not answering that question as enthusiastically. My plan for this stream was literally to talk about SAO games not being at Tokyo Game Show, with some negative implications attached that I talked about at the beginning of the stream. So the mindset was a bit more cynical coming in, and I am continuing to answer questions with that cynicism still in my mind, because, you know, that was... Why is my camera out again? There's something wrong with my USB. Am I back with the USB? Yes. The camera would lag a bit if I was in Wi-Fi mode. I don't want that. Are we looking? Looking good. There we go. Okay. Now, again, where were we? I am going to be inviting Deco. Do I have you added as a friend, Deco? I should have. We played a lot. You gotta be kidding me. Really? He scored? I mean, it's more surprising that Beşiktaş is winning, but... Okay, first let me add Deco. There we go. And switch over to top, do some of the dailies. You should have the white magician hat on Fuka. It has an additional snow crystal at the tip of the mage hat as well. It looks really good on Fuka. I change my favorite so she appears in the lobby. And there we go, see? That is like tailor-made for Fuka. Oh, you were in the same raid. Okay, okay, we'll wait, we'll wait. I'll talk. I can ramble. I can ramble. Ask me questions, people. I will gladly ramble without having to concentrate on the... Oh, you're out already. That was quick. I've been lurking for a while, but never saw gameplay. Is this the best SAO game you played? That is a tough question when Hollow Realization exists. I am going to say yes. Okay, wait, let me check what I actually need for dailies. Co-op, play once. Defeat 15 as tank. Use ultimate twice as a fighter. Every single one is a different class. I hate it when this happens. Like, it's an actual festive holiday when all of these line up for a single class. That is a beautiful thing. It very rarely happens. But goddamn, on the other opposite end of that lucky unlucky spectrum, it's this. Having a different daily with every single different class. That is annoying. I'll go into the tank. Like, I think the story is already among the highest. The pace of the story is among the highest. Has some issues mid-story, but I'll gloss over it. The story is fine enough. The production quality, I said, very high. The game itself is fun. if you enjoy, you know, the repeatable live service models, for a lot of people, me included, it eventually gets who did I say? I said I was gonna go with a tank, right? To go Heathcliff. If you're fine repeating content multiple times, it is like, think of it like playing a MOBA. Something like, not a direct comparison, but you know, something like playing League of Legends, or I don't know what other MOBAs are there. Pokemon Unite, does that still exist? One of the worst MOBAs I have ever played. Oh, such imbalanced gameplay. Wow. I have yet to play Unleashed Recompiled. Sorry, I saw that question, I had to answer. It's still installed on my PC, I still didn't launch it because I want to go in and just live in a different world with that game alone. Like, it's full on online. After you complete the stories, the entire point of the game is to just play the repeatable online content. We have dungeons, we have bosses, there are then special events like boss gauntlets and EX boss raids, which is the highest endgame content. Basically slightly harder bosses. We've been playing EX Sword Golem just previously. And I am definitely disappointed that we are not getting a yearly DLC. I'm gonna keep mentioning that. I think the game absolutely needed a large-scale yearly DLC. I think it's a terrible mistake to not have one. I watched trailers from other games, and this one is the one that pops up the most. That's probably because this one is also the most recent one. And also, up until like Fatal Bullet, Sword Online games barely had any promotion on the Western side. We usually had 2-3 trailers, which often went under the radar. Like, we weren't even getting the game simultaneously with Japan at that point, so... that was the state we started with 10 years ago. Over 10 years ago now. And that's 3 more. Guys, when you see the purple crystal, please hit it once. It's the most annoying thing for those purple orbs to just randomly appear out of nowhere. But yeah, I personally don't understand people harping on this game for its multiplayer side, when literally, for the price of this game, the single player alone is sufficient when you compare it to the previous SAO games. Like the campaign. People keep bringing up the raid content in Alicization Licorice. But like, all the Akuria games, the Hollow style games, they have those additional content as a meaningless content treadmill. They are pointless, they are all tedious. It's literally just number crunching, it's just Excel tables. Sure, some people enjoy it. I don't, it looks like a hamster wheel to me. I don't consider endless stuff to be content per se. Which, to be frank, is also the multiplayer portion of this game. Like, that's what it's meant to be. But the gameplay is a bit more personal, there's so much more variety. And to be frank, boss raids are just really fun. Like, they feel like a much more full dive-esque, a personal boss fight, rather than your I keep thinking those mines are always from enemies. Rather than something impersonal like an MMORPG raid boss that most of the previous SAO games are trying to imitate. Nothing wrong with it, but like when it's personal, it's a bit more engaging and it can carry on its novelty a lot longer than a giant unkillable turtle that takes 5 hours to defeat. Because you're not a hardcore player that's playing the game as a job. Goddamn, the Torterra boss in Alicization Licorice. Ay ay ay. Anything interesting from the chest? Someone marked it. I imagine Deco found something good. Okay, gold one. Crit rate 50, I'll take it. Much better than 10% elemental weakness. I can't wait to get my controller back to return to the... What happened to your controller, Yodoi? I say, as my DualSense controllers keep getting joystick drift. I basically have to open these up once every single month, clean up the analog sensors, and put it back in. And you know, gently pull the ribbon cable and it's gonna come out. It is like one of the most commonly spouted lies in the entire world. Ribbon cables do not come out with a gentle tug. I have no idea how they're doing it for their own personal tutorial videos, but I actually properly have to yank them out with some tweezers to be able to get them out, and it's so scary to deal with really small, really precise, delicate looking things on the board of the controller and stuff. Like, whatever electronics you're dealing with, it is genuinely scary to pull shit out of their place. Whether it's a laptop, whether it's a tablet, whether it's a controller, I don't want to keep doing it. So Sony, whatever your deal is with DualSense, I hate them. Never once have I had this issue back during PS4 era DualShocks. PS3, I had some issues with PS3 controllers. Not rampant, you know, after 5 years of usage. I expect the controller to be dead, so having a little bit of an analog drift on a 5-year-old controller, understandable. But like, back when I first got my PS5, these started having analog drifts around 5-6 months. And like for the past 2 years or so, I've been basically opening them up every single month or two just to clean the insides. I hate it, and it's stressful. And to be frank, the controllers are perfectly fine. It's literally just the stick drift, the sensors of the controllers. I have no idea what's up with them, but it's annoying. I'm glad I can keep saving the controller every single month. You know, it's not dead or anything. It does, as I said, it has zero issues otherwise. But it's so frustrating. Like, whatever the deal is with the sensors, please not have that problem. God damn it, boss ran away. Please don't have that problem. I'm genuinely annoyed by it. How grindy is this game? Depends on how you consider grind. Especially early game will probably feel a bit grindy because the new player population is relatively low. The remaining active player base, they're all top level at this point, and they keep doing endgame content rather than diving into old content. Right now, the quick play playlists helps a lot with that still. But early game, it's mainly gonna feel grindy because you can't find a lot of players to quickly breeze through content at that point. But otherwise, the game is not particularly grindy. I mean, unless you're trying to max out every single character, which I don't think is reasonable in terms of real life time constraints. There's like 20 plus characters, 25, 26, maybe 27. I don't know, I didn't count lately. We had 21 on launch, if I remember correctly, and then we got 1, 3, 5, 7 characters afterwards. Fuka, 8 characters afterwards. So we should have like 29 characters right now. It is not reasonable to grind everyone to max. Generally speaking, you'll pick your preferred characters and you're gonna be mainly like 90% playing with them in a given class, which also makes the grindiness to be a non-factor. Because, you know, you're just having fun with your preferred character and you're naturally getting drops more leaning towards them. And once you reach towards the max ranks, it's mainly just doing EX rates for level cap plus 5 drops and, you know, getting them. They're not even obligatory. Like, the power difference is negligible. So it doesn't necessarily force you into a grind. You're basically just playing the game to have fun and having these small incremental updates as you go along. Oh, lucky. Lucky. I mean, the main grind, technically, I'll show you right now. If you're interested in that, I'm not interested, so it doesn't feel like a grind for me. It's collecting all of these cosmetics that drop from the playlists. A lot of people care for these a lot, so for them, the grind feels unbearable. They want to collect every single last thing. So understandably, they play the game a lot, but the drop rates are very, very low for these things. And, you know, they get burned out, understandably so. I don't care for them. I'm literally just playing the game to have fun. It's perfectly fine. Okay, I need to use ultimate twice as fighter, right? Yeah. I still have to get the Alo Asuna fit. I still have to get so many things. Like, every single time I'm trying to record footage for those boss introductions, whether for EX boss raids or for boss gauntlets, I literally bring up Rack, Liz, and depending on availability, one additional person. And the main portion of what takes so much time, it's not the recording, it's trying to design our team in a way where we have reasonable costumes for the characters we're using right now. Hey there, Ark. It's good, it's good. We did 3 EX raids, failed 1, which was interesting because we won a Sword Golem raid with just 10 people in the previous round. But then with like 16, 17 people, we literally threw the towel before we got any DPS in the second phase. It was kind of embarrassing, like, it's embarrassing for us. And now we're just running some co-op. EX boss raids are very much well populated right now, by the way. If you need the Neige fragments or any of the cosmetics from them, I recommend you go give them a try right now. I expected them to be not that full, Because it's the third time Sword Golem is coming back, and most people already got what they wanted from it. You know, people are still running it nice. Good. Where was I? I missed a bunch of my chat actually. I still have no problem with my PS3 controllers and it shocks me still. Oh, that's nice. To be frank, the PS3 controllers feel a bit flimsy as well. Especially after playing on PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 5 controllers. Like, they are chunkier, they allow you more of a grip. After this, when I go back to my PS3 controller, it's right up there. It just feels so small, so flimsy, so cheap in comparison. Which, props to Sony, like their controllers, they really ramped up the quality in the past 2 generations. They feel really nice. Series S and X controllers have the same issue, they're just made cheaper now. Yep, probably. I have a crown and a number 1. Is that bad? That is really good. That means you're interacting with me a lot. So YouTube is basically telling the chat, hey, this guy is talking with the creator a lot. So everyone in chat, you should be very competitive to get on my number 1 ranking to feel good about yourself. As YouTube tells you to. Not my words. It's YouTube's. Let me see my top fans. If I click it, I see it, right? Oh, would you look at that? It's Rak who's number 1 now. Maybe the rest of you should do more in chat to get into rank number 1 and give the live stream a bit more engagement. Oh my god, man. Leaderboards. Wait, it says you guys are getting XP as well alongside it. What do you get XP for? Wait. You guys keep proceeding. I am actually learning some YouTube lore right now. What's the leaderboard? A place for fans to stand out in the community. The top 3 get special badges in live chat, which is that crown and number 1 next to your name that you see. Up until, yeah, it says top 3. It resets every stream, so you can always try again. Polsky is usually number 1, by the way, so good job stealing it from him. Polsky, you gotta do better. How do you get on the leaderboard? You'll need to collect experience points or XP. Here's how you get them. Send live chat messages, send super chats and super stickers. Oh, so the XP is not something you get after the stream. It's literally your rank thingy. And the best way to get XP is apparently using super chats. So use super chats, everyone. Thank you. Appreciate it. Oh, I really don't want to do these kinds of stuff. They feel so tacked on. I want all base game cosmetics at least, but 1600 hours later and I'm still missing a few. Did it make it any easier that everything was bunched up into the quick play playlists? Did it help at all? Or were the rates feeling lowered just to compensate for it? Oh my god, the nuts are so annoying. Where's the enemy? Oh well, I need to use my ultimate. Nice, I'd offer to join, but my ranks and gear aren't max. We're just doing co-op right now. You can join without any worries. The game will be scaled according to your level anyways, in the quick play playlists. No, Ark, you need to talk. You need to give me engagement so you can get that crown. That's what all these streams are about. To exploit you for engagement. So please, play by YouTube's games and give me engagement. I swear YouTube is trying too hard sometimes. Like I talked about it at the beginning regarding the hype button that they introduced. They literally introduced a button for people to say, hey, this video is really great, more people should watch it. And if enough people hype your videos, they appear in some special places, apparently, that I have yet to see because I don't use YouTube on my phone. But then why do you still have the like button, YouTube? Is that not what like button was meant to do in the first place? For people to say that they like a video or a stream? Apparently not. And the thing with the hype button is, I believe they're only giving per month 3 chances for viewers to hit the hype button. After 3 taps, like after you hype a video from a creator 3 times, you need to pay to get more hype chances. I actually don't know whether it is then shared with the creator when you hype their videos, if you paid YouTube to get an additional hype or something. I imagine it would be. But you know, YouTube is at a point where I can't confidently say that it is. I did not check any of the agreements or the feature things. They literally created a monetizable like button. That's what I'm trying to get to. I'm like, yes, that probably would benefit me at some point. But goddamn, that is so not the point of the entire thing. 3 per week? Okay, that's not so bad, but the fact of the matter is it's still a monetizable like button. The concept of which I find ridiculous. Hey Cody, well, when are you getting back home? Tell me and I'll tell you whether I'll still be up. I'm gonna be streaming for about an hour longer. And we are doing a lot of co-op quests, so you will not need a high level to join me at the moment. So if we get home in time, I will be able to invite you. I mean, do give me money, please. I appreciate it. But you know, it has to be clear and transparent as to what's happening. And a lot of YouTube's latest things, they feel a bit more than your average encouragement. It's a bit tasteless, gamifying spending money. I mean, maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm looking at it too much from an ethical standpoint. I don't know. You tell me if you want to spend money without any of these concerns. If you're fine with it, you know. But it just feels wrong to have a leaderboard that is about who can spend the most money. Because the moment someone uses super chat, rather than just having a ranking based on comments and interactions, it does become pay to win. The entire top fan leaderboard. And I don't think it should be pay to win. Like, it's a different thing where it's quite popular for streamers to have like a super chat ranking, let's say. But that is exclusively for the super chat side, and it usually shows a larger amount of people based on how much they're supporting the channel. Like, they have a secondary purpose in that sense, not just encouraging them to spend, but also, you know, showing their names, giving them a shout out, those kinds of things. Remembering your most engaged fans in a way, most supportive fans in general. That's helpful for the creator as well, because some of you change your names way too often. Guess who I'm talking about. One is Ark, the other is Anithia. Like, man, yeah, you're changing your profile picture every week, and you're changing your name like once a month. It is hard to recognize you. If you were not talking to me about Fenerbahce, I would not be able to recognize you half the time. So again, having such things, it is also helpful for the creator to remember the names properly over longer periods of time, even if they change. You know, maintaining that relationship and knowledge, very helpful. That's gonna be a counter. Please get in place fast, because it's a co-op quest and not much of a time. Guys, come on. Okay, I'll just do this. But mixing it with regular comments and giving people a paid advantage, and it's only for the top 3 people anyways, where you get a reasonable benefit or a shout out. I shouldn't ramble so much for YouTube doing stuff for me to earn more. It's just, I am not always on board with the way they try to encourage people. Okay, Ark, do you want to join us, or sorry, yeah, first off, Ark, do you want to join us? And secondly, Cody, when are you coming back home? It's okay, Polsky. How are you doing, by the way? I should ask. How's your situation in general? With the accessibility and stuff. Unsure if the rates are the same or not, because the stuff I need is rare, feels lower. Could be the fact that you're just left with the rares now. I always hope the pool would be like, you have a chance to get a cosmetic, like a general chance. Let's say 3% chance for a cosmetic to drop, and then within that 3% chance you would have layered rates based on rarity, and as you check stuff out, you know, their percentage would be distributed to the others. So generally you'd have something like a 3% drop chance for something that is left in that pool. That is always, in my mind, the optimal way to go about it, rather than assigning some stupidly low rates to individual items that remain stupidly low for eternity. Question to Turk, but chats feel free to answer too. What moment from United Ring you're most excited to see in anime form from when it airs in 2050s? I'll get back to that. I'm just checking Cody and Ark's answers. I'll be home, I'd say, in 20 minutes. Okay, and I think Ark has completely disappeared anyways. Oh, Bandit! Do you want to join? Oh, you say motivation ain't high right now to play. Shame. Okay, I'll just launch now then. And 500k damage as a rogue. Okay, I'm going rogue next time. Now, what I'm most excited for the eventual United Ring adaptation. One, the initial conversion to United Ring. The entire sky going red. And the panic of Kirito and Asuna just remembering the tutorial speech from Kayaba. That scene has to hit hard. Like, we have to focus on Kirito and Asuna, not Alice at that point. That is going to really sell that scene, their confusion and fear. And the second thing I'm really looking forward to is the entire Mutasina climax scene. I believe that was United Ring 4, I want to say. I do want to get that 50% bonus XP. Okay. Now getting back to chat where I was. Oh, I hope you get well soon, Cody. Why? What happened the week after you obtained your first PS? First PS? How many PS5s do you have? Ah, that's good. That's good. That explains why you were on time for the stream this time. Welcome back. What tier are we in? Just asking because the tier we're in affects the damage we're able to do. Like, especially in EX raids, you do like tens of millions of damage, which instantly clears those daily missions. But in like tier 1 and 2 co-op quests, even in the boss gauntlet, like, it is hard to complete those damage requirements, the damage daily missions. Okay, currently I'm doing 7k per crit. Do I need 500k or 5 million? We need 1,000 separators, to be honest. If it's 500k, it is daily, it should be 500k. The million comes up in the weekly. So for 500k, I'm still gonna level up, start doing more damage. I think we can clear it easily in one co-op run here. Like if 7k is just one crit, I think that's easily doable. Season 5, please don't fumble the bundles. Fumble the bundle. Really rolls off the tongue. Yeah, there we go. 20k per crit now. Easy. When you say bundles, do you mean the character pass or the store listings for outfits and stuff? I think they overcrowded the store a bit. The store has too many tabs, which made it lose focus. Like, I remember in season 1 and 2, I would actually go into the store to check what was there and see if there was anything I wanted to save my SAO tickets for. But nowadays, I can't find myself going into the store at all. Whenever I go in, there's just so many different tabs that I'm not even all that sure where I should be looking. I think the store could benefit from having more of a table design rather than on the left you have banners that you have to scroll through to get a full screen description of everything. I think we can just have multiple boxes, generally speaking, without necessarily a large space that's talking about the name of the banner. Asuna Bundle Volume 2 from Space or whatever. Just show us a good picture of the outfit that is included. Actually, why does this game only have bundles? Why is it not selling outfits? Huh. I literally just realized the game does not sell outfits. It only sells bundles. Have a normal outfit store. Why do you have only bundles? Let people just scroll through outfits and buy the ones they like. Because bundles have alternate outfits as well within them. But you have to actually check the bundle and then preview individually. You just have the outfits with a model on the thumbnail picture. Either Kirito or Asuna or whoever they're generally designed for. And let people buy individual outfits. Bundle is just creating an extra step to see what's inside the bundle. The only thing people care about are the outfits. And maybe if it's a unique finisher, like... For bundles, I think we can keep the unique ones. Is anyone gonna take care of that? Okay, Rak's gonna probably take care of it. Never mind, Rak actually did not care for it. Okay, I think he did. Never mind. Like, for the ones that change your ultimate on a character, I think then you can have a bundle because, you know, it's more of a special thing. It has to stand out, so the bundle is warranted. But so many bundles are just bundles for the namesake. There's 2 outfits in them. That's why they're a bundle. Just sell individual outfits if the outfit has nothing special. Welcome back, Anithia. I was talking to you a couple minutes ago. Please stop changing your name and profile picture on Twitter. If you weren't talking to me about Fenerbahce, I would most of the time not recognize that it's you. I'm already terrible with names. Don't put me to the test on that front. Store outfits, I have 7 tickets. I had no reason to spend them. Yeah, I'm in a similar situation right now. Now I can just use my ultimate here. It wasn't do damage with mage, it was do damage with a rogue. It literally just sparked in my mind. I was like, wait a second, was I not playing as Mage Alice since the beginning of the stream? Why did I not have any oh my god, it was rogue. Okay. This is what happens when you're tired. Me staying with same nickname and profile picture since 2017. That's my style. I also don't change my profile picture all that often. And obviously I don't change my name either. Like in my personal life as well. I think my WhatsApp profile picture has been the same thing for the past 8 years. I already don't log into Instagram, I don't have a personal Twitter. Oh yeah, I can fly. I keep forgetting the United Ring Alice can actually fly. Alo Alice, not United Ring Alice. What a missed opportunity, man. What a missed opportunity. The entire DLC 4 is just one big bundle of missed opportunity. Don't run away when I'm trying to charge. $633 just with a tier 3 charge attack. Like Alice's triangle attack is so good, especially on a level 3 charge. Okay, let's see what I'll do with an elemental weakness. What? The elemental weakness only added like 5% or something? About 50k? Did I hit a crit beforehand? Okay, that was a 300 crit on the Switch. Yes, 696. Then that without weakness 633k, that was probably a crit. Also, I wish you could cancel charge attacks like you can with Straya. That was the entire point of Straya. I think that was a good idea as well, because Straya's entire kit is designed around charge attacks. Even her passive and the character ability, they're both supplementing the charge attacks as well. I think charge attacks should remain as a commitment for every single other character. Like, you need to be planning when you are supposed to charge. I think that's fine as it is. Hey Hachi, welcome. How you doing, man? Base elemental is only 10%. Really? Really? Oh, is that the weapon thing? I thought that was an additional bonus to your weakness damage. Or is the weakness damage to bosses just 10% in general? You're gonna have to really clarify that for me. Ooh, that is a lot of additional things, cosmetics from Alice. Right, because she has a tail. Where does the tail come out of from a night dress? Now that is an important question. That I shall investigate now. It just comes out of the robe, okay? Who am I to judge? I mean, I'm now thinking about where Shinon's cated tail comes out of. Halo Shinon. Now the thing is, she's wearing shorts. Come on, the entire season 2 was still by Tomohiko Ito. We have to have some butt shots to investigate where the tail comes out of. Who picked Philia? Deco. Minus 50 leaderboard points, please, for stealing my Philia. It comes... See, that's a good design, because she wears shorts and then robes on top of it, but the tail comes out between the shorts and the robe. So where the tail really comes out of is not visible. But from a clothing perspective, it is reasonable. Because it's not coming from the shorts, it's coming from behind, so like lower back. With things like these, okay, you see, on Philia I can understand, because nothing on Philia was designed for it. That's an SAO Philia. But when it comes to United Ring Alice, it stands out, because that's her original look. Shouldn't be just randomly coming out of a robe or armor. Do you have 16 at... Oh, that is so sad for Ryokama. Look at that. We're probably all parties, by the way, except for that one Ryokama. And they are stuck as a single person, and that'll lead to them probably not even making it to the boss room. Like, that's one of the things they absolutely need to adjust at some point regarding matchmaking. I feel like when a lobby is relatively full, the matchmaking should try to not leave a single person all on their own in a single party, because they won't be able to get any sort of reasonable progression. I mean, it's mostly an oversight, that's kind of the reality of it. But once it started happening, and it's been happening since the launch of the game, they definitely should tweak the matchmaking to act a certain way to get around it. That is completely a matchmaking related problem. Okay, we're here. Or at least the solution is through matchmaking. Because currently the game tries to spread people apart across the 5 parties. But when people join with pre-made parties, which most of these... Wait, Floki is not in my party. Like, not in my pre-made party. Why did the game give Floki over to my party instead of Ryokama's party over there? That is so stupid. Yeah, that is a completely matchmaking related issue.
標のミッションをすべてクリアするとボスへの転送門が開くようじゃ。みんなで協力して攻略するのじゃ。
Why are we investigating Alice's tale? It's important stuff! Okay, we're definitely in a low world tier right now. I'm literally hitting 1.5k through auto attacks compared to 10k in early levels last time around. Yeah, I'm probably not getting 500k this time around. Huh? Stairs? Filia's double jump is so much better. I'm sorry, Argo, but Filia, with how well she was designed and animated, kinda stole your thunder here. Can I have some questions? Thank you. It's just I'm too tired to open up a topic right now by myself, so a question will help greatly. I actually wanted to stream yesterday, but I was so sleepy that I just couldn't commit to it. I knew I would be completely silent the entire time, just playing it with a dead face. And giving out short answers, just looking to chat every once in a while, and then turning back to the game. It's like, hasn't it been 2 hours already? Okay, we continue a bit more. Today I feel a bit more recovered, but you know, socializing is still a tiring thing. Are you currently airing or recently aired anime? And Dan. That's the one I'm watching. I started the... What was it? Witch. The Silent Witch. But it has started quite slow for my liking. Like this interesting wizard world with an interesting ability that kind of broke the rules of the world with the Silent Witch. And then we just head into a school and it becomes your typical school drama with magic. Kind of lost me in episode 2 and 3. I didn't continue since. I planned to, but like the moment it became a classic school drama, it took a lot of motivation points from me. Otherwise, I'm like halfway into Apothecary Diaries Volume 4, the light novel, so I can continue with Apothecary Diaries for like 2 or 3 episodes, I think. Nick from SAOFD told me. So I should do that at some point. These rack evil questions have been going on in the chat. I don't know. Apparently not. The law 8788 is evil today. Those who steal my last attack bonuses, they're the evil ones. I have been diving into the Star Guardian alternate universe of League of Legends. There is this Everything Goes On by Porter Robinson, which I absolutely adore. That got me into the Star Guardian stuff in League. And now I am going to read the stories and all the material that's available for Star Guardian. Like, a big recommend. The only problem I have with Star Guardian is that everyone's hair color is like typical anime protagonist hair colors now. So I cannot recognize a single character that appears in any of the cinematics or music videos. It is painful. Only did 372. Okay, one more game as Rogue. Porter Robinson is great. Like, since how many years ago? 8, maybe 9, since I first saw Shelter. Rogue, we said, right? Thank you for not stealing my Philia this time, Deco. Appreciate it. Thank you. What are some good seasonal animes this season? Give me some ideas. Because generally there's nothing that gets my attention. I still see Silent Witch episode trailers shared by Aniplex. But it only grabs my attention because I already started the series, so when the character shows up, my mind picks it up. Like, nothing else stands out based on their thumbnails. And to be frank, generally I require a good opening to sell me on a series. And the Silent Witch opening was really, really nice. Only 2 I've seen that actually interested me were Dandadan Season... By the way, Dandadan Season 3 has been announced. I forgot I was Philia actually. I was still playing like I was Argo. So yeah, that makes me happy. Dandadan has kinda slowed down for me for the past couple of weeks. I feel like it's just the effect of having binged watched a couple weeks ago until I caught up, and then starting to wait for week after week. So it's been getting a little bit tiring to wait now that I caught up. And to be frank, that one episode in the music room with Aina and Ken, Takakura Ken, that felt so much like a filler episode. It's still incredibly fun the moment Momo and Ken are on the scene. I don't like Aina all that much. Aira? Keep mistaking it. It's Aina the End as the singer. Yeah, that's Aina, so the one in the show is Aira. My bad, I'm bad with names, as I said. Say it for a reason. I love the new guy. I think he's extremely funny. GG/Evil Eye. It is a bit of a sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't situation for me. But the new guy was an instant win. Like I have been on Dandadan subreddit, so I know people were very eager about the guy. Like they really wanted to see him animated. People were like super excited for him specifically. I wanted to see why that was, and instantly the moment he appeared, it became clear why. He's just a gold mine for comedy. And the other one you said Shield Hero Season 4. Is Shield Hero still continuing? Interesting. That's been a long-standing series for a while now. Never watched them. A friend said they just saw the new Demon Slayer movie and it was amazing. I have never watched Demon Slayer before, but I'll probably go watch the movie. It's coming out on the 18th here, so next week. I'll definitely give it a go. I know it follows up on multiple seasons or whatever, but that is how I watched Boku no Hero Academia, your next movie as well. And it was perfectly fine, it was a great movie. I don't need the entire backstories to enjoy a movie if the content can stand up on its own. It's fine. So yeah, I'm probably gonna watch the Demon Slayer movie. Then I think next month the Chainsaw Man movie is coming. Something arc, Reze arc. I'm gonna go watch that as well. I never watched Chainsaw Man either. I just generally enjoy supporting movies that are brought over here, because here in Innsbruck especially, it's extremely niche. Like whenever I go to the theaters, they often get like 2, maximum 3 screenings. For Demon Slayer, it is a lot more. It's screening the entire week, and I'm interested how the interest is going to be. Last time I saw that many screenings, it was Suzume a couple years ago. But whenever the movies come and I go, it's like 6, 7 people in the room. And I feel like, hey, I want to see more anime movies, and if I want to see more anime movies, I better support the releases in theaters. So that's kind of the mindset. So whenever something I am generally interested in, not particularly to get into it, but you know, any kind of content that I think can be a good time, I go over and watch. I watched the Detective Conan, was it 26? I believe. Last year it was. I went to that. I think I missed 27. That was completely because I didn't write it down when it was coming out, and it was quite a busy period, so I kind of glossed over it and forgot. Ooh, that was nice ultimate. I like that.
いします。
大丈夫だ。
Most recent thing I watched was Takopi's Original Sin. Think that was a spring ad. I have not even heard of it. Sorry. Actually, you should watch Once Upon a Witch Death. It's really good in my opinion, and the opening music and heartwarming. Once Upon a Witch Death. Once upon Witch's Death. That makes more sense. Okay, the first one is an annoying looking girl in the thumbnail as an official trailer, so I'm not a fan. The second one seems to be a hot witch stepping on someone that is about to faint with the eyes closing, so that is interesting now. I have it tapped here. I'll check it out afterwards because I don't want to get this livestream claimed. The thing looks, what is it? Ruri rocks? That everyone's talking about for the thick geologists. But the opening and endings looked so good to me. Like, it looks like a really charming little casual series. That's what has me interested in it. Oh, take care, Overpower J. Have fun. Why are you guys having it so early when it didn't even air here yet? Stuff usually airs a week early here. Why is everyone getting it before me this time around? Hey there, Anilu, welcome. Black Yoshi Star, welcome. I almost missed you there. Hey, Leo, welcome back. I do recognize your name change. Despite the fact that I complained a lot about name changes, I'm pretty sure you talked to me before, after changing your name at some point. I think it was on Discord. So I do recognize the current name. Welcome though. It's been a very long time, by the way. How you doing? Oh, no worries, no worries. It's good, just tiring times. The channel is now just a weekend hobby, so there's that. Trying to adjust to new life. Been a challenge, not necessarily for life, but the fact that I just feel bad not being able to do anything for YouTube. It's been such a large part of my life for 10 plus years now that when I'm not doing something for YouTube, it's just... it feels wrong in a sense. My mind didn't adjust to the circumstances. Oh my god, Amphilia, why am I not going for chests and perks? I'm stupid. Completely forgot. The background setup? That one? Or you mean the general stream setup? I like them both. Preemptive. I think I did a good job. But yeah, I have the lovely Scherzo poster from the Scherzo limited edition Blu-ray. And then I have the volume 18 cover that a friend from Wikia sent me a year or two ago. And all the nice figures up there. I've been taking hikes on the weekends and taking pictures with the SAO figures. I have been enjoying that a lot. And it was nice to see people on my socials enjoying it too. Hey there, Blueberry. How you doing? Welcome. Okay, if I time my skill right, I can definitely get this last attack. Oh, that. Dodging, keep dodging. Oh, that's a counter. It's gonna be random if we make the counter now. Come on, someone get the other one. Okay, let's see who's gonna get it. Please give it to me. No! NPCs got it. I bought Last Collection Deluxe Edition and Mytho figures, all of them. Last Collection Deluxe Edition, that's digital only, no? At least in the West. Or did you get like a special copy delivered from Japan? Delivery from Japan, nice, nice. I wish Bandai Namco would send me one. Okay, that's a rank up. Oh god, that is a lot. Okay, let me see. What do I have for weeklies? Free roam as tank, join switch chains as a fighter. 5 co-op as ranger. We can do that now. Oh, quick matches changed. Okay, I just need to go ranger. I'm probably gonna go M. Takopi was a 7-episode anime that had a little octopus alien trying to help a girl with depression. That's nice. That reminds me of watching Death Parade. Best opening. Best misrepresenting opening at that. Oh, love Death Parade. That was tough stuff. It just left me confused because towards the end they were trying to work on a bit more world building as if they were gonna expand upon things, but then it just ended. And it never got extended into a season 2. I don't think it needs a season 2, but it was weird to see them trying to establish some lore and then not do anything with it. Why is nobody moving? Did I get disconnected or something? Okay, that person shot. I think that was Deco. A little trip for ranger characters, especially if you're on console. Same as Fatal Bullet. When you aim down sights, you're targeting keeps getting locked on to the crit spot of the enemy for like half a second. So you can aim down, shoot, come back out. Aim down, shoot, come back out. Especially for Shinon, who has a little bit of a slower fire rate compared to M. That is always a good tactic to use for reliable crit shots. Oh, weak spot shots. The best thing to do in this map is to straight go for dragon at the end. Oh shit, didn't realize I had this unlocked. I usually unlock triangle first with Shinon. Yes, some rare enemies do have that issue without the traditional crit spots. And also you need to be roughly aiming at their crit spot in the first place for it to snap into it. Otherwise it just follows whatever it's currently aiming at. Like that was locked onto the arm. Because I was generally aiming towards the arm. But generally speaking, especially for the regular mobs, it generally will. Okay, that one was moving and the arm literally blocked the head. What the? Alrighty then. Oh, thank you. You actually managed to catch me. Good job, right? Can you guys stop killing me, please? If there are multiple enemies around the same spot, that can also mess up with the targeting overall. But generally, see how it immediately snaps to the head, even though I was not exactly aiming at it? I'm gonna die again. Where am I even going? Not paying attention. Did Deco get it? Yes, he did. No Fractured Daydream Switch upgrade? What? You mean for Switch 2? Yeah, that's a bit unfortunate, especially because the Switch version is downscaled anyways for the device to be able to handle it. Like, at the very least, Switch 2 getting the PS5 version, I think that was necessary. Maybe for the yearly update they'll do it. Like, in my mind, that shouldn't really be a massive issue for them. Most of the engines, they do come with a lot of presets that make it easier to calibrate for different specific console devices. And you know, this game is using one such engine, so it should be possible. I really don't mind how the Switch version looks, to be honest. I don't mind any of the Switch games as long as I'm playing on handheld mode. And the reality is, I cannot play any of them in docked mode on my television. Everything just stands out so much the moment I dock it into a large screen. I don't even have a huge television. It's like my TV is slightly larger than my laptop screen. It's basically a monitor. Yet everything distracts me so much the moment I connect it to it. But yeah, as long as it's on docked mode, I don't mind any of the games. I think they look perfectly fine on that screen. It doesn't look bad, but 15 F2. Okay, you're right. Hey there, Dragon, welcome, how you doing? Also, Daddy One, welcome. Desert Pink Munchkin, a welcome to you as well. I'll have the ultimate cooldown. The problem is I'm not using my ultimate. Probably should. I can probably get it back before Storm Griffin dies. You don't use computer as a TV, you use the monitor as a TV. Different things. Where did it... How did it shoot over there as it was snapping about to random things? Where's the head? I can't see. Excuse me, game. Those are... Oh, that's the head, yeah. Right on time. Just as it was going up. Look at my dodges. Absolutely masterful gameplay. And no, my ultimate did not come back in time. If you mean it that way, yeah. But still, people watching TV content on their PC usually connect their PC to their TV, like different concepts. You don't need cable, you don't need like whatever subscription box that you have nowadays. You can just have everything on apps on your devices, tablets, PCs, whatever. But you still need a TV screen to watch them properly. Sure, if you're like me, who doesn't mind, who watches everything on their laptop, that still works. I can't watch anything on my phone. I don't think phones are for watching anything. Like, even outside, I'm not gonna watch things on my phone. I'd rather read a book or something. But yeah, what you need is a screen. That's obviously, that's the key point. Okay, 4 more ranger runs, right? Yeah. Not gonna be happening on this stream, but hey, we can get some more progress in. I'm still waiting for Cody because I promised him. And it's been more than 20 minutes now. Okay, unless Cody comes back, this is gonna be the last run. Because I am tired, the room is getting warm because I keep my windows closed so the outside noises don't come in and get picked up by mic. I really hope they add rain. I really hope so too, man. Like, the trial pass thing is Rain's headband. Like, compare it with her Lost Song headband, it's identical. Hollow Realization and I believe Fatal Bullet added some small ribbons off to the side of it, but they do not exist in the original Lost Song version. So this is specifically Rain's headband. So I definitely think we're getting her in a Season 5 DLC. And this is just a recolored version of it because they had the asset ready already. That's what I assume. I saw the new Fire Emblem. It's just the character designs did not pull me in whatsoever. Character design and the overall setting design. It has like Colosseum and a lot of old Roman-like things, but also not. It felt like a weird mishmash. If it was full-on Roman stuff, I would dig in. But it just wasn't. Oh, that's a shame, man. I think as you said it earlier, I just skipped over, I think, because I got stuck on the screen situation. How did you lose the game? Don't lose your, put them on shelf, put them in a safe place. Physical games are important. It is worth noting every cosmetic is added at the start of the season, so it's been in the files for 2 months. They might already have a model ready to go for her. I'd say the model is probably one of the earliest things they do. It's also a completely different department.
最終目標はストームグリフィンの討伐じゃ。拠点攻略が目標よ。急いで。リファ、私が銃を構えたら車線気をつけて。
And to be frank, if we're getting more DLCs, they're probably already fully done with DLC 5 and are currently working on DLC 6. like the second or third week of a new season is season? Yeah, season. The quarterly thingies. The second or third week of a season is when a DLC releases. So if we assume like second week of season 5 that we're gonna get a new DLC, that means the DLC is fully complete right now. It's just final polish work, maybe some bug fixing here and there. Definitely some bug fixing here and there, not maybe. But like the meal is complete. They're just putting the garnishes at best. Otherwise, fully working on DLC 6 at this point, and DLC 7 and 8 are in the books with full-on completed plans, waiting for development, or maybe even began in smaller things, smaller parts. These things really start up early on. Like, don't underestimate how early they're started and how early they're actually finished in that sense. I mean, even the mobile titles, let me put it this way, even the mobile titles have their contents completely ready for like with a 1 month or 2 months of buffer room in between. What are we doing here? It's just defeat all enemies. Okay, I'll just put this down here. Nothing that it pulls except for this one enemy. That was a bad one. I really don't like the design of what looks to be our new protag for this Fire Emblem. I just don't like the new Fire Emblem designs in general. Like I was interested in looking at it. I still did not play Engage. I do want to get it, but I'm waiting for a discount, and Nintendo games never go on discounts. I keep saying this every single stream. But you know, I wanted to see the new game as well. It just popped up in my recommended, and I was like, oh sure, new Fire Emblem game. It's the strategy style, not the warrior style. I'm interested. But then I looked at the characters and I'm like, I am not interested in any of these characters. They don't look charming, they look more brutal. Especially after Three Houses, where all the characters were really charming and appealing. It's just a bit of a whiplash. And I prefer the other style anyways. Yeah, me dealing with a single glancer. Have fun. Wait, anyone going for that? Really? Nobody? Okay, some people are going. I'm gonna go as well. The green team is going for it. And they are eating shit. But that's fine. That's what you do here. Okay, it's the dragon that's low, so it is definitely better to focus the dragon right now, not the Chungus. Is the Chungus down? Someone get it? I think they did, yeah. There should be one more Chungus in the back, the fire one. Yep, there it is. We can open the chest right now. Okay, someone opened it already. Ultimate cooldown again. Let's go. If we get rain, I'll probably never play as another character again. And if we don't get rain, I'll just be very depressed anytime. Tolga, talk about a double-edged sword, man. If Rain comes, I think she will be a fighter. And she will be my default fighter, obviously. Right now, my default fighter is Pitohui. I just like her run and gun style. It's just comfortable for normal tier content. It's why Fatal Bullet was such a fun game. The run and gun mechanics, I think they're great. But yeah, if Rain comes in, she's definitely stealing the fighter spot. She's probably gonna be a multi-wielder again, so similar to Kirito she's gonna act. But I still like switching up between classes. Like, Philia feels incredibly fun, especially as a rogue, which is my favorite class. I don't play Rangers all that much. On a controller, doesn't feel all that good. For mages, Fuka is still my preferred choice, with the Alo Alice being a close second right now. For support, I just go Sachi, but that's mainly because she's the most recent character. So I'm most used to playing her, because during her season I used her a bunch as the support to take advantage of the 50% experience boost. And now it just feels right to play her. Not that I play support all that much. I keep forgetting to go in for the last attacks. It's so annoying, I'm not paying attention. I feel like I'm missing a class. Tank, yeah, I haven't been playing tanks a whole bunch either. Early game, Heathcliff was by far my favorite character. But people like Philia and Pito have just made the game so much more fun for me that I am not going back to Heathcliff or Straya, despite them being really fun back during their times. Nothing. Electric resist, sure. Okay, I'll do one more game. Because we're actually talking in chat this time around. Always like this. Whenever I try wrapping up, you guys start speaking. Up until 5 minutes before I start to wrap things up, everything is just pure silence. When I decide to wrap up, people are actually asking questions again. In my opinion, Engage is the anniversary game. Could be. I'm not that much of a Fire Emblem fan to have any opinions on that matter. I just see a game, I like it, I get it. I don't like it, I don't get it. But I do need some discounts, Nintendo. Like, you can't have years old games at full price still, please. That's not how it works. Personally, I enjoyed Engage more than Three Houses. For me, the enjoyment of Fire Emblem games is the chess. Being bluntly candid, honest, Three Houses' story was a dumpster fire. Like, everyone being just so trusting, and then randomly we have a time skip and this cute little girl is now going for full-on domination of the entire continent. The religious leader turns out to be a fucking evil dragon of sorts. The proper boy, that is Dimitri, is now drunk and is going crazy with the hair messed up everywhere. And the one person I did not like, the comedic boy, Claude, ended up becoming the only sensible character in the entire series. Like, guys, I don't really want war, so fuck you all, I'm going away. He was the only sensible one. I really did not like the story of Three Houses. I played the Crimson Flower route, or whatever it was called. What character class do you think Neige will be? I think the most sensible one would be a mage. Because, you know, they mirror each other already with Fuka. Engage brings all old Legends' heroes back for story reason. Yeah, ensembles are usually like... They work for anniversary titles. But, you know, to deem something an anniversary title, I would require official confirmation from the studio and the like. That is not a label I would put on my own volition. Just hoping Rain will be a mage. Could definitely work with her 1,000 swords. But it is only 1,000 swords. Just because, to be frank, it is a problem in Halo as well. Because original sword skills, they are things you have to manually do physically. They are sword skills that are recorded in the system. You can't just summon 50,000 swords all around. That is not what an OSS is in Halo. So 1,000 sword Rain, it's already a problem in universe, in the Gameverse. I just gloss over it and don't mention it because I like Rain, but like, that is not what an OSS is. But aside from that, I wouldn't even consider it magic. Like, it just feels wrong to make her a mage just because of the way 1,000 Sword Rain looks. It doesn't feel right overall. I think she absolutely has to be a fighter. I think she absolutely has to mirror Kirito because of the obvious similarities of dual blades, multi-wielder, all those kinds of things. I just don't think anything else really works in that context. Oh, I need to get up there. Engage is an anniversary game, objectively, but okay. If it is, like, it either is or isn't, that is a factual thing. If it is, then sure. And props on them for delaying. If a game requires a delay, just please delay the damn game. I know it is financially extremely painful for the publisher, but please just delay the damn game. I don't care what game it is. Just delay it. That is the only right thing to do. Which is why huge props to Sega. Delayed Football Manager 25 and then cancelled it because they knew it wouldn't be up to par in terms of quality for their planned releases, even the delayed version. They just cancelled it outright and said, hey, no Football Manager this year, we're just gonna come back with Football Manager 2016. Huge props. They learned their lesson with Sonic 06, of course. If they release the game... What are we even doing here? Where are we? Go back and take the other portal, I guess? Oh, wait, what the fuck? That portal was not marked to take us here, but sure. But yeah, Sega learned their lessons ages ago with Sonic 06. So they are fine delaying a game if the game needs the damn delay. Everyone has to learn their lesson sometime. The Sword Art Online mobile games, I feel like they learned their lesson finally with Variant Showdown. I am so lost. Why do we have the green team here? What? The green team is entirely NPC? Oh my god, the exit is right here. What am I even doing? I'm an idiot. So the green team has no players, and for some reason they are now attached to me as their leader. That's why they're here with me. Oh, that's good. Okay. Excuse me? What? I literally hit it 4 times and none of it registered. To be frank, I am not sure at this point if a delay would actually end up helping Variant Showdown or not. Because I still think the main issue of Variant Showdown was simply its incompatibility. That is much more of a fundamental issue than something they can fix with some delay. Like, if people can't install and play your game on their devices, chances are you are gonna have a problem with your player pool, because they literally can't play it. I keep going back to that over and over. I do harp on the social media stuff or marketing stuff in general a little bit more in depth in regards to social media, because in my opinion that is literally the easiest thing to do and the least costly thing to do. But generally, I think Variant Showdown and SAO in general is suffering greatly from terrible marketing plans. But I don't think Variant Showdown was ever at a state where their main issue was the fact that it wasn't marketed properly. The main issue was literally that the game didn't run on so many devices. Engage is really cheesy, but it's still fun, and the gameplay is really good FE game. Yeah, as I said, if I play Fire Emblem, it is just for the gameplay. At least based on my experience from Three Houses. The story is not gonna engage me. Most we know about God damn it. Anyone? Most we know about Neige for now is that she'll probably be a flyer. Her concept art has her with wings. I should check that again. I don't recall wings. Interesting. Which concept art are you talking about though? The Fuka Neige or Neige Fuka, or the actual Neige? Hoping she's a tank, so we finally... It'd be funny to have Neige as a tank. It may work, it may work. More of a magical tank. Sure. It's just funny having that a person with such small stature acting as a tank. Neige in the art book. We'll have a look in a second after this game. I should probably pull them over to my PC. I was so useless throughout this game. Literally zero attention paid. Can we talk about how the Ranger class icon has bows and arrows and we still don't have a single character? Right. I mean, to be frank, I don't want an Alo Shinon. I talked about this in a previous stream. I don't want duplicate characters. I just want... Sorry. I just want, like, extensive character skins. So whenever they're doing duplicate characters, in quotes, they should just make it like an R1 toggle in the character menu that changes the build of a character. Rather than an entirely separate menu entry. It's technically just semantics I'm talking about, the presentation. But having them as a separate character, I think, creates a completely different expectation that they are not willing to deliver upon. But yeah, generally speaking, I would definitely want someone like Renly. Extremely unique. I know it's not bows, but come on, I'll take Renly over everyone else. Neza would be nice, but extremely obscure with every single adaptation just ignoring him. Dussolbert would be a good choice, but I don't think as a character he's all that popular. Renly would be a much better choice in terms of popularity. And then either Alo Shinon or Sol Shinon. No! I want Lila. Lila would be a great rogue. I mean, if she comes in with dual daggers, she would be a great rogue. If she came with the dual daggers snapped together as a double-sided staff, I think she'd be a nice fighter. Either way, I would love to have Lila. I think she's a great character. If Neige plays like how she moved with Fuka's avatar in the story, she could probably be a rogue. I mean, she was technically using a lot of magic things. Like, on the top of my mind, I always remember her mini duel with Yuki and Asuna. Her dodge was very cool though. They used that in the trailers as well, and that shot deserved to be in the trailers. That was a good choice. Am I Mage or Rogue Lila? Mage I don't think would fit. Okay, let me grab the concept art. Where do I find those things? I think in the game library. Go over to Fractured Daydream. Product. Premium edition, deluxe edition. No, not here. Should be in bonuses in the game library, no? Finish game content? No. Oh wait. Your collection. How about that? Search. Fractured Daydream. Digital artwork and soundtrack. Yeah, this one. I am not sure if it's going to allow me to open it on a stream though. if it requires enabling HDCP, it's probably not gonna allow me to open it. We'll see in a second. I'll just keep answering questions for now. Who's an archer in SAO? There are no archers in SAO. There are no bows in Aincrad. There are some minor ranged weapons, which is why I brought up Neza with the chakram. But there is no reasonable ranged choice. Like, there are very specific task-oriented stuff. If Renly drops, I'm not playing anyone else. Carnal would have been a Yep, absolutely. I am actually not sure why Carnal is not playable. She does have a full-on in-game model. Also, it's Fukanage, just noticing now. We're gonna see in a second. But yeah, the concept art, just check the eye color to see if it's the real Neige or the Fukanage. Even in their story previews on the website with the renders for Fuka and Neige, they did use the different colors without revealing anything. That was a good choice on them. Okay, let's see if I can launch it and still have it visible. Gameplay recording paused, but from the looks of it, it is not HTTP blocked. Okay, good. It is working. Wait, let's see. Yeah, you see, this is the Fuka Neige and Neige Fuka. If I remember correctly, I'm quickly gonna check the website. I'm pretty sure the real Neige has red eyes. So that's why when it's moved over to Fuka, she gets like a purplish, a mix of them. Go into the story on the Fractured Daydream website and they should have their... Yeah. The Neige Fuka has those purplish eyes you see in this key visual. And Fuka Neige has the blue eyes. Whereas in reality it's Fuka who has the blue eyes and Neige who has like full-on red crimsonish eyes. Oh! This key visual is actually... I thought it was a lot narrower, but I think it's because they plastered the logo right on the bottom part. That makes me feel that way. Makes it feel a lot more cramped than this is. Okay, that's our GGO key visual. That's the main key visual. This is the SAO Games key visual. Okay, yeah, this is the Neige Fuka. Sorry, analog drift, right analog drift. That is constantly zooming me in. Nothing to note here. There's the expression card. That's really nice and clean. I love those. Okay, that is interesting. I have never once noticed this. That is also the Fuka Neige, but that's fine because we're looking at the character properties. So Neige will probably be a flight type character then. That is correct, very much. It's interesting that she doesn't have the book with the snow icon on it. Not part of the concept art. Because if you look at Fuka's, you still have the... like the decorations are there, the pouch is there, the star in the back is there, it's even expanded for you to see the exact details of it. But Neji's book is nowhere to be seen. We have the Kirito renders, Asuna renders, Argo, Klein, every single one probably. By the way, all characters have a secondary render that Bandai Namco is not sharing. You can see it in various promotional material. But they really did not want to share those secondary renders anywhere for some reason. That is really nice. Are these actually in the game? I did not pay attention to weapon designs in the game. But like some of these are really nice. So detailed. For something that is not even visible. I think they shared a bunch of these on the Japanese Discord server. I have to mention this. Did you ever realize that for the EX Kraken, they removed the crit spot on the forehead, on the back of the forehead? Do I have a cursor? Like this one, the eye, the large eye, they completely removed it in the EX version. Really annoys me. We absolutely need a Chat Fang variant, I'll be perfectly honest. Like, the Black Fang is nice, especially with the added attacks it has from DLC 4, but we need a Chat Fang variant, absolutely. Wait a second. I wish we actually started at the edge of the world tree. Because this is clearly the starting room. You start literally by... Can I have my cursor or not? You literally start over here. See those 3 pillars in the middle? That's literally characters. So this is where you start. You immediately head towards the gate and teleport somewhere else. I always found it extremely weird that the entire place opened up with a teleporter to somewhere else. If you're gonna teleport people to somewhere else right by the opening, why would you open there? You would just have an integrated part. But looking at this concept art, it makes so much more sense because this entire starting area is supposed to be on the outside of Yggdrasil. But in the game, it is actually still very much inside. Probably some technical limitation or they couldn't find a good way or a good view to approach this in the game. But it would be so lovely to have this open area at the beginning. It makes so much more sense. It just didn't pan out clearly, but the teleporter and the overall room was already made, so they rolled with the teleporter. But this makes so much sense seeing it here. Okay, let me actually catch up with the chat a bit. It's been a while. I've been just gushing about the concept art. I like concept art, what can I say? It'd be fun if Lila could switch places. See, those are the good opinions again, Polsky. Yes. Generally, you go with the dual daggers, but something like Hachi said, the unique skill, the awakening skill, you plop them together and go with the double staff. That would be really nice for Lila. I completely agree. The most likely thing is for Rain and Lila, I'd want them to have heavy option AoE skills, especially if Lila's unique skill is what alters her weapon. That'd be nice. Shinon was an archer in SAO in the games anyways. Did Hollow Fragment have her as an archer, not as a spear user? I think in Hollow Realization she was spear, but yeah, in Hollow Fragment I think she came with the bow. Shinon, Hollow Fragment. Yeah, she was with the bow. Whether or not Rain is fighter or Lila is rogue, I think both are pretty clear. Rain should be a fighter and Lila should be a rogue. Crysight when, please, as soon as possible. I want him as a meme guy as well, as she is, just taking everything very casually despite being military personnel. Which class would 7 be, mage or support? She's a Puka. Puka is generally very much support coded. I think she would be a support, not a mage. But yeah, mage works as well. Hey there, Shadow, how you doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. You just caught me at a rambling phase, so I'm extremely late right now. Hey there, Dangerous Dragoon, welcome you as well. Don't worry, everyone's late. You're late, I'm late. We don't judge. Correct, Navigation Pixie Wings, yes. I mean, she is technically... Is she? I mean, Alo would definitely consider her a Navigation Pixie. But technically, she's an entity from the future sent back in time to do something. That's why I want them to use future stuff. That's why I want them to use Unital Ring. That's why I want them to use Axel World for things in Fractured Daydream. Because they can. They opened up the wormhole of timey-wimey, wibbly-wobbly stuff. Why not use it? Just do it. We need creativity. We need some ambition. We need some creativity. We need some things that we haven't seen before. They need to go into some uncharted territory, like, for example, they did with Kismel in Hollow Realization. Amazing stuff to have Kismel there. It fit the world, it fit the lore, it fit the entire game. Despite the fact that Kismel was basically not a known character aside from the progressive readers, which is an extremely small portion of the entire community. Do something like that. Bring Mutasina, bring Eoline, bring something. Introduce people into these new concepts, because it's been 10 years of SAO games, it's been 15 years of the main series. You can't just keep reusing the same thing. Yuna's mics are absolutely beautiful. For something you don't even see. Not because it's such a small object in the first place, but in most of the places where you have a chance to see them, Yuna is holding them in her palm, looking towards her face. You literally can't see it. Like, what's the point if I decorate the front of my controller here if it's never gonna turn into the camera? Like, props for the dedication. They're great. It's just, I feel like when you put so much effort and work into something, you would also try to do things with the animation or presentation that would have all that work be visible in some way, shape, or form. I think that's a bit of a lost opportunity. You know, not a big deal, it's just rambling, but yeah. I'd love to see... Like, seeing them here on the concept art, I was like, oh my god, those microphones are absolutely beautiful. I wish I could see them in the game in some way. That's kind of a mindset. Oh my god, I need to refresh this before my stream crashes, just a second. The thing about YouTube live streams is that it doesn't seem to flush the data as you watch a live stream, so it accumulates and accumulates and accumulates, and after a certain point, you basically have 2 gigs of RAM being taken up by a single stream, because YouTube doesn't flush the old data out. And then my chat starts lagging over here. I completely agree with you. Layla, Renly, Kikoka, Christite, every single character we talked about or didn't talk about, you know. So much potential. So much potential. I hope they become part of the game at some point. Please have a cover of Vermilion Field. Axel World has some really nice tracks. Different style as well from the ones we have in SAO. I want Persona Vabel to be a thing in light novels. If they're connected, I want to see Yui at least in Axel World or something. Persona Vabel was a great concept. Like, I really want that to be realized in light novel form some way. It is way outside of the scope of the series, of course. The series is not gonna do timey-wimey shenanigans, so we are not going to see how Yui is doing after Kirito and Asuna's death, because there is no story there. But you know, as a concept, it was good. No worries, Cody. Welcome, welcome. Sadly, I wrapped up the stream like 20 minutes ago and just have been gushing about the concept art related stuff for now. Do you think you'll be available next week on a Saturday? Friday or a Saturday, let's say. You let me know. Okay, I caught up, so I can continue. I don't think a lot is left now. Oh, they called it Chamber of Gods. Calling it Quinella's bedroom would be too much. And did anyone try looking up in the Sword Golem room? Do we actually have the full mural? Oh yeah, that's the admin room. Ah! They had entire concept art for the school route. That's what they called it. Doesn't look anything similar. This has much more of a park feeling. Whereas the actual cutscene feels more like a, well, city rather than park around. This would look really nice, but I think they wanted to visually separate it from the Halo map, because that's where we break into after the clash with Quinella. I think that's why they turned it, they dialed up the city nature of the scene. And I think it makes sense. If it had this much trees around and had a green feel, that contrast wouldn't feel as strong. I think that's a good choice, if that was the deciding factor, which I feel like it is. Oh wait, this is the actual in-game render. Okay. Yeah, the mural is there. They slightly changed the scaling of it, but the mural is there. Yep. I wish we could see this place, the void, a little bit more. I mean, technically there's not much to explore there. It's an empty field, and these are technically quite small models. If you get close to them, they look ridiculously bad. They're obviously not full size, they just appear in the background so they can get away with it. Oh, that's the last page. One last thing, did you ever look into the opening carefully? There's a scene during the Kraken boss fight where Yu-Gi-Oh pushes Lisbeth away and saves her, basically. It is clearly from a cutscene, but such a cutscene does not exist. Let me actually get back into the game and play the cutscene. I'm not gonna play the opening because I can't pause it on this one anyways, and it's gonna get the entire stream claimed. But I can play the Kraken cutscene. But like they definitely did have a post-Kraken cutscene planned at some point, and they rendered it, used it in the opening, but then for some reason scrapped it entirely from the game. No idea why. Okay, where was I again in the chat? Do you think any Axel World characters will be added to the game if the game goes for long enough? I'm pretty sure they are not gonna prioritize Axel World characters when they have so many other prominent SAO characters they have to add. But it is a neat idea, and if the game goes on for long enough, absolutely. Okay, now, where is that? Oh, there are actual trees. The camera is just placed in a way that they're not all that visible. Random fun fact about Fractured Daydream: you can no longer play the public demo version that was released as the server was closed down, because it was already a huge mistake to have that public demo be a completely separate instance than the full game. This is actually exactly as the concept art. That was completely on me. I was misremembering. Even the tiles on the street. For some reason I felt like they were on asphalt. Wait, where is the actual cutscene? I mean, the public demo that they had, as much good as the open beta and the stuff did for the game, the public demo did all that away. Because people thought that was the experience in the game. Because, you know, when you separate the entire demo instance from the main game where all the people are playing, the one or two people who may log into the demo at the same time and queue up at the same time, like, they literally cannot launch games, no matter how hard they try. That was such a bad choice. They could easily make it so where it's not a demo, but the full game in a trial version, cap the player rank at 30, allow only the open beta characters, so I think 8 characters were available, and, you know, just allow them access to tier 1 content for free. That was such a simple thought. I have no idea who thought it was a good idea to have a completely isolated demo version for the 3 people who may try to play at any given time, and then not be able to launch a game because the game will refuse to launch itself until 5 people are in a match-made lobby. I love this cutscene so much, it's so good.
忘れちゃってても違和感を覚えることはできるの。
I also think this is the only pre-rendered cutscene. Because of all the effects and the shattering at the end.
腕が鈍ったわけではないよね。
俺の手にも剣。リアルワールドのはずなのに。なぜ？
抵抗する権利を認めてあげるわ、坊や。だから私を楽しませなさい。
Oh, I don't have the music on. This is really cool right now.
そうだ。そうだった。
That's the spinning shield, by the way. You blink and you'll miss. Spinning shield is also Quinella's blocking move in the game. Really nice attention to detail.
もう一つ分かったことがある。どんな事情であれ。あんたが生身でリアル世界に存在することは不可能。つまり、ここはまだ仮想世界の中なんだ。
I wish we had more of these world-shattering things. Or like transformations. Because every single other the cognitive dissonance or whatever they called it during the story, breaking for a single character, it's just the usual visual novel style in 3D, of course. Not an actual cutscene. I feel like it would be great to have those scenes, especially Aegis' situation, for example, be portrayed as a cutscene from their perspective, as the entire world breaks around them. Aegis' cutscene is really cool as well, but like, I think Fractured Daydream could really lean into a lot more in terms of, you know, Fractured Daydream. It was just a repackaged open beta, yeah. And it was a terrible idea.
子。
こんなところで本来75層の難敵なのに。
さあ来いよ。
ダメ、下がって。
僕は戦える。足だってちゃんと動く。だからユナのことだって守れるんだ。
Something about SAOFD's voice is always bugging me though. Like his voice is so meek. Like you see, we needed more stuff like that.
Yuna.
It happens so very rarely throughout the entire game. And to be frank, we still need Bard Yuna as a skin. Not a separate character, please. An actual skin with the hairstyle, please. If they can get skins to work properly, it's literally a gold mine for them. It's low effort, high demand additions. Like, do it. Okay, I was going on about the Kraken. Where's Kraken? Oh yeah, that's the Fukanesh cutscene. Also really nice. Like, the game has really nice production value. It's much more work to make a demo version that's just a full game, just limited. They did it countless times before! And to be frank, it's a lot better of a choice than having a demo version that makes people not even want to try your game. Because they can't even find the game. I like that moment so much as well. Yuki literally saw Kirito do it once, and then tries it here and succeeds herself because she is just as rapid as he is. Really great stuff. Like, as I said, the story writers really knew the characters they were working with, and when they had opportunities, they really put that all to good use, in the base game or in the DLCs. It's just with DLC 4 they kind of gave up. I don't know, it always feels like maybe they were not allowed to do anything by the source stuff. Because if they try doing anything, they will potentially be interfering with the work that comes from there that is not yet finalized. Yep, absolutely nothing at Tokyo Game Show, sadly. I mean, even if they have, I talked about it like for 20 minutes at the very beginning. That was the main opening topic of the stream, of course. But even if they have DLCs planned for Fractured Daydream, it literally amounts to nothing when they have to fill an hour slot for SAO games, if they have an SAO game stage. And a single DLC, you know, the entire DLC is like 40 minutes, 50 minutes. What are you going to talk about for an hour? If the full content you're offering is less than the slot you have. Where's the Kraken again? Yeah, right here. This is the Kraken introduction. And then we don't have a single scene of an actual fight where Yujiro saves Lisbeth. I'll try opening the opening because I have music disabled. I'm not sure if the opening will play or not. It is gonna be extremely funny if the music of the opening doesn't play because I have soundtracks disabled. Is Yujo even here? No, Yujo is not even here. So where does that shot come from then? If Yujo is not... Oh, it is here! What the fuck? What now? There is a scene in the opening. I'm absolutely sure that is not in that cutscene. I'm just gonna skip if the music is playing and then turn off the music on the stream. Wait. Okay, the music is actually not playing if you disable music in general. Good stuff. Okay, let me see. It is there when game scenes are playing. I'll try to catch it. The logo is great, by the way. All 5 worlds are hidden in the ring. I tweeted about it. And then I made a short because tweet was really popular and nobody decided to watch the short. And I was so let down because I thought it was a really great short. It was short, brief, interesting, nice. I do wish we had a proper opening for this though, rather than just having overlays, let's say. See, that's not a scene, I think. All of them just being in front of the thing. Okay, the Yu-Gi-Oh thing is there. I can't be tripping. Like, I was absolutely certain about this. Or at least I remembered it that way. Yuki and Asuna was from the Gabriel scene. I'm so lost. I am genuinely lost. I was certain. Interesting. Huh. Okay, let's catch up with the chat and wrap up then. I know I mentioned before with why they shouldn't do that, but thinking about it, I think easy anti-cheat would stop people swapping. Oh, I remember mentioning that, yeah. Still. Then release it on just consoles, you know? Solution. No one plays on PC in Japan anyways. Just release it on Switch and PS5 and you'll have enough of an incoming player base from there. Yeah, see, you already said it yourself, yeah. Would be cool if she ever actually commented on the school uniform, like thoughts on it and what. There's so much they could do. Like, especially the mid part of the game becomes a bit of a slog without much happening. That they could take the opportunity to actually address such things. I mean, we did have a talk about school uniforms. I'm pretty sure it is there in the side quests. The character quest. There's an entire side quest dedicated to Kirito and Quinella talking about real world. But I think the main story could just really lean onto a lot more of these differences, dissonances, fractured stuff, you know, the world fracturing. One of the main issues I have with the overall narrative of the game is that they're acting like they can't log out. Are they still affected by Galaxia? What really happens after they break out of the cognitive thing? Cognitive suppression that Galaxia enforces upon them? I mean, from the looks of it, they have been here for like weeks, maybe months. Like, what is going on, actually? They're really trying to not address a lot of the obvious stuff. And it's not like subtly shoved under the rug or anything. They're literally bringing it up and very openly and publicly just throwing it out of the window. Like, no, we're not gonna mention any of that here today. And then actually never mention any of that today anymore. So much to talk about, so much interesting things that they clearly did not want to touch with a 10-foot pole. Which I find extremely interesting because the topics that they can touch is so interesting to begin with. Yeah, what was it? I want AG in Halo gear to do the thing. AG in Halo gear. AG in the Hopeful Chant casual gear with the yellow outfit and all those kinds of stuff. I don't think that's Hopeful Chant casual gear. I think that's just Integral Factor gear for his starting outfit. But you know, things like that. Give people alternate skins. We don't need duplicate characters. We just need alternate skins. Unless they're completely different behaving, of course. But I still don't want duplicate characters. Just do extensive skins, premium skins, etc. Don't make them separate characters. But yeah, I really wanted those world fracturing things, the breakage, the glass effects. Like, that's literally the name of the game. I think those, the things we see here could easily have been a trademark of the game. That's why in my recommendations, the open feedback letters that I have been writing, the fractured weapons was literally built upon that. The fractured effects on the weapons for some very high tier endgame content. That was the thing. Fractured. It's such a cool sounding thing as well. The fact that they're not using it at all is such a disappointment.
おい、いきなり何するんだよ。
しっかり反応できたじゃない。腕が鈍ったわけではないようね。
俺の手にも剣。リアルワールドのはず。
The one they soloed was not the exact same thing. It was the hollow copy. I don't remember the exact details, but it wasn't the same thing. And the fact that Quinella is really having fun in this duel is what sells it. Kirito is like taking it very seriously. Quinella is like, haha, this is actually good. And you know Quinella is not taking it any seriously because they're actually clashing swords and stuff. The Alicization second opening is like top tier accurate adaptation. Where Kirito does not land a single thing and Quinella just ends up slapping Kirito in the face with her feet. Top tier stuff. But you know, it was literally Quinella's goal to wake Kirito up here. She was doing all of this on purpose. She'd otherwise easily just body him, like he did in Alicization. They're really keeping incarnation extremely vague here as well, because they want some characters to be able to use incarnation, some characters to not be able to use incarnation. Gabriel is the obvious thing. Gabriel is just using full-on incarnation, whereas nobody else is really able to for some reason, for no reason whatsoever actually. The closest thing we have to that in gameplay is when you're using a different weapon skin for Yuji and Elliot. Oh, I actually realized that, yeah, it changes the weapon skin forcefully back to their main weapons. But does it have effects? I never paid attention, like fracturing effects. I don't think it does it? Only one you can access is Alo Kirito in the first story mission. It's 100% possible to just swap the head model, just needs a menu. I mean, most of the characters have their Alo models. Shinon does not have a tail. See, all the investigations have a reason. You just need to be patient. Is Jay still in the chat? Oh no, he went to the movie, didn't he? See? He is missing the critical part of the entire investigation, the payoff. Completely missed it. No tail on Shinon, no tail on Shirika. Yuji appears out of yes. Now that you mention it, yes. I mean, I literally talked about Yuji not being there, and suddenly Yuji appears. Oh yeah, I guess I was completely wrong about the opening thing. I must prove him wrong. Yuji just literally manifested himself. Wait. Okay. I may still be correct. Is this group shot face? I think it does exist. Okay, I have no way to win this. I lost. The group shot they used as thumbnail. That's the final cut of the entire cutscene, isn't it? Where is it? Oh, okay, Yuji is there. We lost that one as well. On the right side. He is there. He doesn't randomly appear out of thin air. Oh my god. Imagine if they added that scene in a later update but never mentioned it. Wouldn't be the first time they add something with an update that didn't exist but they acted like it existed all along. True ending, Alicization Licorice. That is absolutely 100% not there on the disc. It's not some bullshit unlock requirement, it doesn't exist. At this point, I am convinced. Okay, yeah, there's the group shot as well, so we lost that one for sure. And all those player avatars being dead, have they just been stuck there for weeks? That's also a good question. We needed a little tension at some point, so we had dead players or staff, and it's never brought up again. We don't know. And to be frank, one of the things that's extremely lacking in Fractured Daydream, all talking in hindsight of course, is the fact that this is supposed to be the game's still functioning. This is still an MMORPG. But we never face anyone aside from the very beginning with the Lifa fight, where a players with the brainwashing actually chases Kirito and Co. Yeah, like right here, these couple of scenes. And then I believe the Pitohian M DLC relied on it a little bit with like a 5-people squad of sorts. And one of the side stories that just got added this season in season 4 with Eiji and Yuna, which was a really nice side story if you ask me. This one over here had actual players engaging. But it's really strange that they keep making a big deal about how everything is sucked up into Galaxia, yet nothing feels like an MMORPG. Everything feels dead. Everything feels isolated to our group so much. That I find extremely weird. That I never utilized the fact that, hey, people are here. Everything is so empty.
よく似合うよ。
ありがとう。これみんなにも積んでいってあげよう。エイジ、どれくらい取れた？
大して取れてないよ。こんなところだ。
え？こんな短い間にそんなにたくさん。
Shirika's tail is an accessory, so it was just not equipped.
そうか。
Maybe they just forgot to equip it for the cutscene.
楽しかった？
別に楽しくはないが、敵と戦うよりは気が楽かもね。
そっか。
なんだよその笑いは。
I mean, Shinon's tail is also an accessory. Shinon's tail was also available in the open beta. They literally just forgot to equip them for the cutscene, I guess. Just rambling in general. Part of it is watching cutscenes at the moment because of the way the conversation evolved. Hey there, Reverse Chaos, welcome. The usual stream was supposed to end an hour ago, but the conversation's too good to... I like this game, man. What can I say? I like talking about this game. Also, these characters are literally just Fatal Bullet original characters. Most of the assets are. I really like the resolution of this one as well. Like Eiji signaling Yuna with the shiny part of his sword. And all those kinds of stuff. I think it was a really nice side story.
NPC がプレイヤーを殺しただとにわかには信じられないな。嘘、
私は誰も殺してない。それに NPC であっても
Look though, outfit recolor. This is a preview of future passes, guys. Nah, the passes actually have recolors of the main outfits. These kinds of recolors they usually put into like new content, new maps or co-op, those kinds of things. These are not pass tier outfits. Pass outfits are always main character recolors. Oh shit, I actually need to play now. Okay, I will play. Philia. Wells, Mito. I like Mito's gameplay so much, Philia as well, but every single DLC character, they like win me over with their gameplay. They're so well designed and fun to play. Credit where credit is due. Especially Mito's chain whip, it's just so satisfying to zap around. Oh, look, the girl is actually still in the scene as well. Nice one. They are all Fatal Bullet assets, yes. I don't think they will have Alicization Licorice assets. If the same asset exists in Last Collection, that may be easier for them to bring over because Last Collection used the same engine as this one. Or maybe the previous version of Unreal, I am not sure on the top of my mind. But Alicization Licorice, oh my god, that's... You are not having anything from Fire Engine here, no. Girl's dress is really nice, I like it a lot. The vest is quite nice. To be frank, black and dark crimson, perfect color combo. It's why Shadow the Hedgehog exists the way he does. And it's also why whenever I played Need for Speed Underground 2, I always had a Peugeot 206 that was full black with all the decals in dark crimson red. Perfection. And to be frank, if that game had the Peugeot 205 GTI, I would pick it. Like, I have a soft spot for Peugeot. Seriously, take a screenshot of those characters, then go to Fatal Bullet's character, it's all there. Because the game is literally built upon Fatal Bullet. It's Dimps' game, this is basically a sequel to Fatal Bullet in spirit. They have all the assets. The black and red costume that girl has is just Child Alice's outfit without the frills and colored. Oh yeah, most of the outfits are like that as well. We had them in a lot of the Trials Pass as well. It's like the outer vest of an outfit set being removed. I think Shilika's has one. A couple others as well. If I go into the character outfits, I can probably point them out. I think Yuna's has one with some details removed. I think they're nice as well, they look really sleek. Let's see. Nah, Magician's Robe is straight from Fatal Bullet. I don't think the dress is this. I think that is full on the apron removed. So same thing as I mentioned before, it's not just no frills, it's literally the white apron removed. Oh, this one. This is exactly what it is. It's the white apron removed. It's the same dress. It is the same outfit. So, okay, this is Shinon's, this is Lifa's. I'm pretty sure this is like Shilika's Alo outfit maybe, but like the vest removed. Do we have Shilika's Alo outfit anywhere? When you have so many stuff, it also gets a little muddled to go through everything. Okay, see this Sylph outfit? I think the... Where is Lifa's normal outfit or something similar? Okay. See, this is Lifa's outfit, but blue. And the Sylph garb is literally the undergarment underneath it. Where is it again? This one. It's the corset completely removed alongside the skirt of the dress. And what you get is the Sylph garb. Basically the same outfit. Oh yeah, you're correct in that sense, yes. If that's what you meant. Okay, yeah. So this is the full-on Shilika's clothes. But green, of course. And what was that? The casual kitty clothes is basically the vest removed. It's the exact same outfit otherwise. Basically what's inside the vest. So they have done a lot of that with the trial pass outfits. See, that's that black dress that we had, I think. With the plushie added alongside the magazine thingy. I honestly did not know these had characters plastered behind it. Makes them so much worse in comparison. Ay, ay, ay. Like the logo in the front is already bad. But then people mentioned they had posters plastered when I was talking about how they're at least better than the Integrity Knight outfits with poster plasters on the capes. And then people say, oh, t-shirts have them too. And I'm like, oh my god, do they now? I genuinely don't know. Maybe Japanese players really love this, even though I never encounter them in the game. But like the developers have to know that people recognize this as unnecessarily adding to the loot pool so people can't get what they actually want. Like there's absolutely no reason for adding these. Just don't. They're not nice. People don't like them. Fractured Daydream shirt. Who does it have? And it's the Fukanej with the blue eyes. I really like the color gradient on this specific Shinon thing. I hope they do more color gradients. I think this is one of those nice ones that are deserving to be in the trial pass without exactly feeling like a recolor. This is just Yuna's outfit, I think. Without the vest. Does Yuna have a vest, actually? Feels like she does. But now I'm not so sure. Oh, the red maple armor is really nice. But still, for recolors, like, Fatal Bullet literally had a dye mechanic. We need a dye mechanic here. I know it's extremely easy to give, like, recolor armor as a trial pass bonus. But unless you're doing something nice, like the Shinon outfit I mentioned with the gradients, please don't give out straight recolors. Like, be a bit creative. Like, this is enough to push me into the, okay, this is actually nice tier. This is actually acceptable tier. But something like, don't do a straight recolor. At least try to change it a bit. And give us an actual dye feature for straight up recolors. Like, give us these, where was it again? This one. Give us various gradients, but then allow us to repaint the gradients ourselves. Like, let the gradient decision to be an alternate skin, and then give us the paint option afterwards. That's what I mean. I feel like this would have a gradient as well, but they put the gradient way too far down, so it doesn't appear. Because this is the same purple as above, no? Let's see. It is the same purple, it's just the gradient begins around knee length. Knee height. But the shorts, the colored part, doesn't come until the knees. So the gradient is probably not visible. I would not be surprised if that is actually an oversight. Yeah, like, what am I supposed to do with this? This is a straight up recolor with nothing imaginative about it. Give us a dye option. Hollow realization, pink clothes. It has Premiere. It has Medina. I really like this version of the dress. I think the gradient is just natural down by the frills of the skirt. I think Quinella's dress is normally like this anyways. But I think the sky blue is the really nice color. It's certainly better than grass green. Like, it's not a nice color. I'm still surprised they gave Liev's suit as a trial pass. Like, this is full on original, even though it's completely brought over from Fatal Bullet. Like, do more stuff like this. Bring stuff from Fatal Bullet that looks nice and looks unique that we didn't have before. Let's do it. You guys keep talking about bundles, so let me go in for a quick run. That is too much cotton candy for me. That is way too sweet for my taste. Wait, the sword is only for Klein and Lifa? Why? Why is it not for everyone who uses a sword? Is there any specific reason? Is it because Klein and Lifa both use curved blades? Because this sword is not even curved. It's a straight sword. Like, why is it limited to these two characters? Give it to everyone. Everyone who uses a sword. I have no idea what a mature green is. A green is a green. It's because they both use katana. It's a katana. Is it a katana? Really? Is it? It does not look like a katana to me. It looks like a straight sword. I don't know why they insist Quinella uses a sword when she uses a rapier. Not sure where this specifically comes from. That she is using a sword. But like, same thing. Why is this not equipable by Klein and Lifa? Do they really have a katana descriptor in the background that is not used for anything at all, other than being an additional limit of which skins can be used where? Supposed to be categorized as one in game, but it doesn't make any exactly. I really like this outfit. It just doesn't fit in Sword Art Online, I guess. This is definitely more of a Fatal Bullet thing. And you know, give us a dye option so I can make this red and black, please. It's a really nice outfit. Do we not have a 3-ticket thing this season? Should be. No? Interesting. Oh yeah, these bundles are really dangerous. Because it doesn't tell you you already own all of these stuff. Fix it, Dimps. You need to tell people they already own these things. I don't know if it's gonna warn me if I try to buy it, but I do not want to risk a ticket. Maybe if I click on this. Okay, just gonna say that. I don't want to hit this to find out whether it's gonna warn me or not. Like, these shouldn't even show up if you cleared that specific thing, the trial, because they don't have anything original as far as I'm aware. Not sure about the stamps, but I think we had all the stamps. Hunting coat bundle. This is just such a boring outfit. Oh my god, that is beautiful. That is so Oberon, that is beautiful. Good work, good work. I wish it was an emote or something, not a pose. Yeah, that's a nice AG outfit. Maybe a more purplish color rather than crimson would be better. Doesn't feel like it fits AG all that much. Although I really like the outfit. What is this? Oh, that's a background. You don't see that often. Isn't that the power source of his exosuit? Is it actually included here as well? No, this is not part of the outfit. But that's his exosuit thingy from Ordinal Scale, I think. Oh, that's a really nice dress. How does it scale? Some outfits look horribly funny when scaled on different body types. Why can I not preview it on other characters? Why am I only cycling through these? Oh, it's because dagger is selected, maybe? Yeah, it was because of the dagger. I like this. I like black outfits, not gonna lie. The pants being fluffy is a bit not so nice. Otherwise, I really like the dress part of the design. And the armband with the red. Black and dark red is just top tier color choices. This is nice as well, but it's a bit standard. This would look great on UE, probably. Or like smaller characters. Because of the basic design. Where is Yui again? I see. Beautiful. And that's a really nice stamp. I am missing out so much on the chat. If you asked any questions, please ask them again. I don't want to scroll high up. Really wish the weapon skin situation was just using Alicization Decoder's Classic Collection system. Have one menu with every weapon skin available and make here to... Exactly. Like, I understand if it's a completely different weapon type. Like, you shouldn't be able to equip a sword onto Egil or something. That needs a two-handed axe. Yes, I agree. But like rapiers and regular swords, almost completely interchangeable. So much so, you made Quinella use actual swords, despite the fact that she doesn't. Katana. The katana skins you have are not even katanas. They're normal swords, so make them interchangeable as well. Like, make it make sense where it's supposed to make sense, please. That's literally the bare minimum requirement there. Oh, I may have already bought the 3-ticket one. Yes. We received the 2 additional tickets this season, right? With the boss defeat campaign, EX boss defeat campaign. You may be correct, Desert Pink Munchkin. Thank you. Only problem then is Heathcliff, but he also just needs a second slot with it. Exactly. That is the solution. I still think they can easily double down on a lot of the customization. Like, give us an ability to change our wings for flight characters. Add something like a flight aura. Where as you fly, you leave a little bit of a trail, for example. There's so much they can do with customization that they're not doing. They're just sticking to this very archaic and extremely limited version of their Fatal Bullet system. Like, when it's a downgrade from Fatal Bullet, it already feels bad. Fatal Bullet was really good on that aspect. It doesn't warn, it just buys it. At least I tested way back with someone. It spends the tickets and coins depending on what you use. What do you mean? So there is no discount. It doesn't tell you that you already own a bunch or even all of them from the trial pass that they're from. Can you clarify that, Hachi? Because I'm reading so late, I'm kind of lost on our context right now. We're SAO fans, we all like black. They just refuse to do anything. They are playing it too safe. Absolutely agree. They're playing it incredibly safe. And that's what I said at the very beginning. I don't think they were expecting how much hype this game was gonna have on release. So they couldn't take advantage of any of it. And eventually allowed it to die because they were not prepared to carry that onwards. I think it's just an overall huge shame. They could do so much more. They still can do so much more, but so many things have been established as they are that it's gonna be hard to change things, adjust, especially when you're this late. No warning, just buys. That's tough. They shouldn't even appear if you have everything. That's how it should be. I can go for the pirate bundle, it's been there since the beginning. Yeah, black and red, really nice. The headset transponder is also really nice. I am not sure about the baseball cap, not gonna lie. I'm a huge fan of that. This is... Oh, we got a waltz emote! That is not how you waltz. That is literally just an ice skating spin. I thought we were gonna have like an actual two-man emote here. That'd be nice. Like partnered emotes. Some games are doing it. Destiny did it like 6 years in, I think. They're nice. You can do them, Fractured Daydream. Now the pirate outfit, this is the one straight from Memory Defrag, if I recall correctly. And where does the tail come from? Do I have the tail equipped on Shinon already and that's why it appears, or is it part of the dress? It is part of the dress. Probably because it's from Memory Defrag, yeah. I like that captain's hat. It makes me want to play Puzzle Pirates again. Oh, the memories. Fatal Bullet Bundle. A lot of people love it. I'm just so not interested in Fatal Bullet outfits. I just have bad memories of the game after seeing these outfits for ages in the uninspired stock animation cutscenes. That game really needed visual novel sprites. It was not looking charming at all. Especially with the color palette that game had, or like it had a special filter for everything in game. Especially indoors, it looked terrible. That is nice. I like that cape. I wish it was a darker color. It's clearly meant for Shinon, so well done on that. And has an emote as well. Why does all the Shinon bundles have all the emotes? Oh, it's the grenade Suin. Okay, I was like, what is she doing? And then I realized. Again, make it a two-person emote. Make the person who initiates the emote just stand there, calling another person to interact with them. And when the other person comes close, they have a button to interact with. The moment they interact, the two-man emote just plays. With two of them synced. Do it. Do it, Dimps. Every game does it. You do it as well. It's possible. The technology is there. We're in the mighty year of 2025 now. It absolutely works. There are working concepts now. Is that a hat? What is this? Officer cap. I don't like it. They have a Death Gun bundle. Why are you previewing it with Kirito? Is it because of the mask? What happens if you put the mask on Death Gun? I mean, it makes his chin more pronounced, the entire lower face more pronounced. But I guess they didn't feel confident enough, so they decided to preview with Kirito instead, because no one would realize, probably, on the banner. Oh, is it gonna do the smokes? That is my question. Is it gonna do the smokes? Okay, let's bring down the hood as well. If it does the smokes, this is a winner. Not great. I am not as enthusiastic. I was expecting a little bit more of a, you know, an actual exhale rather than a chain smoker puffing out some smoke. But I'll give it a passing grade. That's fine. You have smokes. I asked for smokes. You had smokes. It's okay. Not perfect, but it's okay. I am not awfully disappointed. My perception is positive. Still have the school uniform bundle. Don't we have school uniforms already as a game reward right now? Cape toggle easy, absolutely. But I think it's because they want to keep the hood on solely for Death Gun. Whereas everyone else gets the hood down version. I think that's the main reason. Hey there, Shertika, how you doing? Do you think they're gonna add fairy dance versions of Asuna and Kirito? Fairy dance versions or fairy versions? I think it just mean fairy versions, yeah. Possibly. I mean, I've been saying, just add them as skins. Actually have a skin feature. Don't have them as duplicate characters. Unless you're doing a completely different character build for a character, don't do duplicate characters. Glad you're mentioning that. PSO2 has an emote system called Impersonate and Reaction. Reaction allows you to perform the reactive part of another emote. Most games have it. Like, I'm specifically talking from my experience in Destiny. But yeah, Phantasy Star Online has it. Guild Wars has multi-person chairs, for example. Someone opens up a chair, like a very fancy, like a sushi bar chair, for example, and other people can sit in front of you as if they're eating sushi from your stall and things like that. The tech is there. And shouldn't be a groundbreaking thing. Why is Variant Showdown shutting down? Low player base, low sales. Generally speaking, when SAO mobile games drop below 50 million yen revenue in Japan, you can expect an end of service announcement within like 4 to 6 months. Unless they recover in a significant way. That's been the case with Memory Defrag, that's been the case for Unleash Blading, that is the case for the second time in a row for Variant Showdown. Could you imagine if the reaction to Shaker was a bar stand pulling up and Agil hands someone... Yes, Variant Showdown is going to have an offline version. We're going to have all characters and all abilities unlocked at their max enhancement. We're going to have 3 copies of each ability. And we're going to be receiving 3 full sets of armor as well at 999 rank. So, like, not even attainable, not even close right now in the game. I think the top you can have right now is rank 160. So they're going to be handing everyone 3 full sets of rank 999 epic gear with optimal stats chosen by the developers, they said. I specifically sent over a bunch of common questions we had from fans in the SAOVS Discord server as well as here on my channel. And they kindly provided an FAQ section right now only on the Japanese website of Variant Showdown, but English announcements should be coming soon. Like they specifically brought those based on the questions I have sent over. They quickly forwarded it and quickly answered. They probably didn't get to translate it yet, so probably something like Monday or Tuesday, I imagine the English side will post them as well, I imagine. They said the English one is coming soon. But yeah, that's the information we have on the offline version. There's still a couple more questions they can answer. It was part of my questions that I forwarded to them. So we'll see when and how they're going to be answered as well. That's the info we have at the moment. It's been over an hour since the stream was supposed to end. Maybe a good time to use Super Chat. Who knows? I think it's been almost 2 hours, yes. We're up to 4 hours now. That is extremely long. I don't see any July wedding outfits in Fractured Daydream. They haven't done anything seasonal in Fractured Daydream. They have just been doing whatever is generally popular. Or looks cool, I guess. You can always play Hollow Realization. It's a good game. No shame. Like, we should just be freely be able to combine different colored swords for Kirito's dual blades, not just have 2 presets. And to be frank, these color choices, I don't think they're good. They're more like the colors, the glowing sticks Japanese concert goers have with the chants and stuff. These look more like those rather than photon swords. Though I don't know what other colors you can have. These are literally the main colors you can have. You have you can't have the red one because that's already an original that exists. So you have a bit of a pinkish one, you have green, you have blue, and you have like... Oh, I thought this was yellow. This is not yellow, this is just another green. Yeah, that is the one over here, okay. You could have done a yellow one. It wouldn't look any better, being perfectly honest, but you could have done a yellow one, so it's a bit different. There's a reason you don't want to play too much with photon swords. They just become glow sticks instead. Much less cooler. This outfit never grew on me, to be honest. I think it's a bit too thick of an outfit in terms of cloth, the material. And I think the overall vest is basically forced into, like, going around Yuna's skirt. That makes it look so bad. I think if the skirt would flow naturally around her body, rather than being like an umbrella, this outfit would look great. I think that's my main issue with it. It just doesn't look natural. It feels too uncomfortable, forced. Because it just doesn't flow with normal physics. It literally has umbrella physics, the inside skirt. I think that's my main issue with it. Any news for any other upcoming Sword Art Online games? Absolutely no news. We know nothing about a future console game. We technically know nothing about the next mobile game either. It's just that I assume, based on how Variant Showdown, we learned about Variant Showdown all those years ago, that the Echoes of Aincrad trademark is in fact a new mobile game. I assume. There is no information, nothing public. It's just my personal assumption. And chances are, whatever you hear from other people, they are just repeating my assumption. That's why I'm trying to really highlight, hey, my assumption. Nothing specific, not factual information, just a guess from my side. As an educated guess, better than people running around claiming it may be the next movie or whatever. But it is very much still a personal assumption. Hey Gamerturk, have you tried Mito with Ninja Scout? I did. I have her. I think I have her at 3 stars already. But yeah, that's the entire picture is so good. Yellow was last month's trial review. Oh right. You are correct. But the Photon Swords, I'm pretty sure this bundle was there back in season 1. Like this is an old. It's in the season 1 tab. It is all the way from season 1. They could have had like light green. It looks terrible though. It looks terrible. I think yellow is still better. Why is yellow featured there? Am I seeing wrong? Like pink, bright green, blue, and the one in the back, it appears yellow to me in this shot. But when I go in, it's like very bright green. It's not yellow. That's what kept throwing me off. I was looking at the thumbnail as well, and that looks yellow to me. But then when you see the actual in-game with the color, no, that is full on fresh green. But that's fucking yellow. Last trial was white, yes, with Quinella's outfit. That was white. I remember doing the preview video. I've been good, thank you. Thank you, Shartika. Thanks for asking. How about you? I am tired, just adjusting to new life. Adjusting to YouTube just being a weekend hobby at this point. It's a lot of adjustment to do because I feel bad when I don't do anything for my YouTube. But other than that, I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Thank you for asking. Well, it was disappointing that we don't get to see more of SAO games, including SAOFD DLC, new mobile games, etc. I still expect more Fractured Daydream DLC. I still expect more mobile games. Like, we are gonna get a new SAO mobile game every 3 years. You do not need to fear about that. That's how their development cycle works. That's just how it is. And I'm still relatively confident we are gonna get more Fractured Daydream DLCs. They're just changing up their format of how they distribute and communicate them. Because what we had in the past year, oh my god. Reveal the DLC and then stay fully silent for 2 months. Bad choice, makes people angry. Think it's time for me to finally disappear. Good night, Turk and chat. Take care, Rack. I do want to wrap things up, but the viewer count is not dropping either. I am not sure why people are watching right now. Just me going through bundles and then rambling a bunch of shit. But if you're having fun, I am not gonna judge. You know, it's nice. The problem is it's midnight right now, and I should slowly take my leave as well. But it's been a fun stream. It is being a fun stream, that's why I am not wrapping it up, but I have to at some point. Still adore this 3-ticket Len outfit. Is it 3-ticket? Oh, this one, the lovely parka. Yeah, people love this quite a lot. I'll be perfectly honest, I am not a fan. I don't like parkas in general. But people love it. All the power to you guys. It's your clothing choice, your expression. Nothing to do with me. It's nice that they have this little SMG though. I'm pretty sure this is from the light novels, like her other choice after Pichan. Do we even have other weapons for Len? Like in the base game? Oh yeah, we do. Okay, these ones. It's not just Pichan. We even have this optical gun that she has early on. Yep. Where were we? We were in season 2, right? Yeah. This also comes with a different ultimate, right? But we can't preview ultimates, sadly. I think that's a bit of an oversight. I think we should be able to preview ultimates. Like, at least show us the animation playing out here, like emotes. I think that would be a good choice. That would help them sell these pricey ones a little bit better. I think it would be to their benefit. Alright, that's the swimsuit stuff. Oh shit, How does it look on larger characters? Oh, I just realized those are floaties now. Nice, nice. I think the ghillie suit outfit could have been a single SAO ticket. Is this an emote? Yeah, I think that's why it's 2 tickets. To justify it being 2 tickets. With those arms, this is a really nice emote though. Looks funny. Oh wait, there was one more. The other outfit. What is this? That looks somewhat nice. Let me take off the cap. Yeah, not bad. This is a nice one. Oberon's outfits are just so fitting. I love it. Oberon is an absolute blessing in this game, and I am not gonna let anyone say otherwise. I do not care. He is great. Content communication. My only 2 issues with Fractured Daydream. Is there anything else? That goes into a game? You create the game, that is the content, and then communication. You market the game. Yeah, you know. So much that can be done by a single socials manager, let's say, who's just dedicated to Sword Online Works. That is given the creative initiative, let's say. Because I'm pretty sure even if the current community managers, whether from the mobile games side run from Japan or for console games that's from the US, I don't think they have the agency or the wiggle room to do more than what they're currently doing. They're just responsible for timely sharing of marketing material sent over to them to be translated by Japan. I don't think they have the agency to do anything else. They're literally not allowed to. Because honestly, they would definitely do at least a little more. Like with the large corporations, it's not just a single thing the managers, the social managers are tending to. It's likely multiple different games that they're handling all the time, and their task as such is basically watered down to keeping every single post that comes from elsewhere on the calendar. That's why we even had issues with things like the entire monthly calendar being wrong, like 2 months ago, I believe, in the July calendar. They're not even doing QA. It is not their job or responsibility to do QA. Their job is literally, hey, these assets were sent to us from our marketing team. Please put them onto the content calendar and schedule them accordingly. That's literally all they're doing when it comes to social media managers, because they have so many different brand accounts that they're running as well. On the top of my mind, they're probably running the Dragon Ball Z accounts. They're probably running the does Gundam have any console game accounts? Like, whichever Bandai Namco console game you can think of, they're probably run by 2 or 3 people that are just in charge of holding the calendar. Think of it that way. They literally have no agency. They cannot do, even if they want to, different stuff. They can probably try once or twice. We have seen that with Kirito and Heathcliff post, for example, on the SAO clear date. It was a neat attempt, but chances are they're just overall not allowed. If one of their experiments does not become a complete hit, it's just gonna be forgotten. It was just a one-time fun and things like that. It's a bit of a shame, but it's the reality of it, sadly. Good to see Polsky still around as well. It's getting late for you too. Almost 1 p.m. now. The moonlight from Fatal Bullet, most of the guns in Fatal Bullet are real. Like the physical ammunition ones, not the optical ones. They're just not using the real names for licensing reasons. I swear that swimsuit was in memory defrag on Len. I am pretty sure it was, because it is a canon swimsuit, if I recall correctly. Or at least a recolor of a canon swimsuit. I'm pretty sure this is from a light novel illustration or a marketing illustration at some point. Isn't this just a recolor of his ALO skin or SAO skin, one or the other? The outfit. This genuinely feels like a recolor. It doesn't feel unique to me, looking at it from here. I think it's a good skin. I'd love to have it in a trial pass. I don't think it should be a paid one. That's a bit of a shame. This is good. Extremely simple. It's a nice skin idea, especially for the type of character it goes for. It goes for M as well. Oh wait, I need to, yeah. But again, 2 tickets, I think this is a 1 ticket thing. I think this entire bundle should be a 1 ticket. Especially since this is not an emote either, it's literally just a pose no one's gonna use. 1 ticket, make this 1 ticket. If you make it 1 ticket, I promise I'm gonna take it. Ghillie Suit one was your favorite. Oh, nice. I am so not interested in the Fatal Bullet stuff, I'll be perfectly honest with you. Not my type. What are you gonna do once Variant Showdown shuts down? Are you planning to finish the main story, including the event story? Yeah. I literally just uploaded the event story. I think the problem is no one's seeing the fact that I'm uploading because there's so little interest and buzz around the game that YouTube is just not delivering you the videos. I literally just uploaded yesterday the entire Lend story with taking back the stream. I will upload the Mythos story once the second half arrives in next week. Wednesday, I believe they always arrive. And I think part 3 is complete right now. The main campaign. I am gonna upload that. And then I'm gonna go back and upload the side stories. That is focusing on S. The main villain of Variant Showdown that has not yet appeared in the main story. He only appeared in the side story. But yeah, I plan on completing Variant Showdown. Anniversary Kirito from Rising Steel and Infinity Moment Kirito. Anniversary Kirito from Rising... Is that the Black Knight outfit? We need Goddess Asuna and Kirito, right, Gamerturk? I would love to have a Goddess Kirito, sure. But as I said, if the character should play similar, then please make it a skin, not an alternate character. Where's more surveys? They were very direct with them back during closed beta test. You can't do surveys that quickly. That's just gonna bring, I don't know, too many issues. It's gonna bring too much variance when things should be relatively uniform. If you do surveys a little too often, people are gonna start getting tired of them. Your surveys need to be basic and conclusive for things like this. To be frank, they can do open surveys as well, but I don't think they really want to, especially with the Western fan base that then they need to translate. They may do it with Japan, but the problem with Japan is they are very conservative with their feedback. They don't provide proper feedback. They just... It's their culture. They are more... What's the right word? Sorry, it's getting late. I can't think of the nuanced words at this point, but they are more confirming, I want to say, but it's not the right thing. It's not what I want to get across. They don't want to say too much negative things. If they have negative things to say, they'd rather not say anything and quietly leave the scene. That's the problem with the Japanese fan base. I don't want to say the Eastern communities, because that is, oh my god, not at all what Chinese people do. Chinese people, they get angry. They get angry and they will make you know that they're angry. Japan does not do that. They are much more of a welcoming within each other, let's say. They like to be kind, they like to be respectful, which, from my perspective, they take it to the extreme, which really dulls down what criticisms they really have. They don't like sharing their criticisms publicly or privately. It's not just the criticism thing, like you can see that in their personal lives as well. A lot of you have probably seen memes like yes means no. It's literally an extension of it. When someone invites you to dinner, let's say, I'm just on the top of my mind, do you want to come to dinner? Yeah. And despite them saying yes, they're actually saying no, because a confirmation in their own thing would be a lot more elaborate and a lot more excited. If someone just says yes, it's probably they're not enthusiastic about it, but they don't want to be rude towards you. Things like that. And to be frank, when you get feedback from the West, it's hard to rely on that feedback as well. You really need to analyze the feedback, because the reality is the Western fan base, they think they know it all, but no, they do not. They don't even know what they specifically want. What they know is what they don't want. That's the critical thing. If people are talking about what they don't want in a game, you can generally trust that to be the case without much in-depth analysis. But when people start going the route like, oh, it would have been great to have this in the game, it would have been great to have that in the game, you'll be surprised how many times they don't actually want that and they don't realize what they're actually asking for. So in terms of that feedback, you need to start analyzing, okay, why are they saying that they want that? What is the thing that draws them to that idea, despite the fact that they may not be actually asking for that output? You need to analyze that feedback, bring it down to a certain feeling that they want that lies underneath what they think they want, and then you extrapolate back from there into a concept that will please what they really want underneath. It's a very complex process that is quite fun to do as a thought experiment if you like those kinds of stuff. I enjoy those things quite a bit. I'll give you a recent example. With Variant Showdown going down, you see all these comments about people asking them to bring Unleash Blading back. They are not the ones who are gonna play Unleash Blading if Unleash Blading were to come back. They may give it a try for 1 week. They may give it a try for 1 month. But they are gonna leave the game. How do I know that? Because they left the game before for that exact same reason, the exact same way. If they had kept playing the game, if they had kept supporting the game, guess what? That game wouldn't have been shut down. People don't want what they want. They have an idea, a general idea of what they want, what they think can be good, can be to their liking, but they really don't know what they want. It's quite an interesting phenomenon, but it exists. And it exists for a reason. You can find a lot of scientific papers. It is the one of the underlying principles of a lot of product development and innovation stuff, that you cannot trust surface level reactions, because realistically speaking, people simply do not know what they want. Okay, now where was I? The original of that Leafa cotton candy, is it? Okay, let me see. Big ribbon in the back with the white thing, puffy shorts, frills around the bra. Let's see. Oh, that is, yeah. It's not exactly the same, but like the top piece is clearly the same. The shorts are definitely the same. I think that's different enough. Barely. I don't want to give too much credit. Wait, the waist piece? Waist piece is also the same. The sleeves? They're also the same. Give it a Leafa Bundle 3 that features all of this and make it 3 tickets. So if you get the third bundle featuring everything, you're gonna be saving 1 ticket. I'll shake hands with that deal. Otherwise, no, I don't like it. In such a circumstance, it shouldn't come up to 4 tickets. Way too similar, way too similar. Bundle them into a new bundle, make it 3 tickets. That's fine. Is SAO Fractured Dream dying too? Not really, no. I wouldn't say so. Like, I expected very low activity today. Because it's the 3rd time Sword Golem is coming back. And it's basically the end of the season right now. But we still went into multiple full lobbies. One of them was a terrible lobby that immediately failed, but oh my god, we do not speak about that one. We had a co-op lobby that was like 16 people in it, which was extremely surprising. Like, why? I don't know, but I'm happy about it. Good stuff. I don't think Fractured Daydream is dying. I understand people do get into unlucky time slots, and based on their anecdotal evidence, they keep saying on the internet that the game is dead or something, and then bring up Steam numbers that are quite irrelevant. But no, the game is not dying. It is not thriving. Sure, I will admit to that. It is definitely not thriving. Especially when I've been talking about, potentials for the past 2 hours, 2.5 hours now. But it is not dying. Goddess Kirito, so GG avatar in an incredibly divine looking outfit for female can see daughters. Exactly. Yeah, it's just been a year since the last definitive public survey. Didn't we have something closer, like 2 months ago? At the halfway point? The first one was so weirdly timed as well. They literally sent out the survey 3 days after release. I was like, what the fuck? This is a terrible time to send a survey. People haven't even played your game yet. They're halfway through the campaign. This is not the time to send out surveys. But they did, and I was so surprised. I feel like that survey was sent out too early because they were surprised at the amount of players playing at that point, and they wanted to capture them all into the survey for as much feedback as possible. That is somewhat understandable as a strategy, but still they would be providing feedback without playing your game properly or experiencing it properly, so it was still, in terms of timing, makes the answer's legitimacy to be compromised, if that makes sense. Because of a lack of experience with the game. Japan is reserved. I didn't want to say reserved because it's a bit more extreme than reserved. Definitely goes beyond reserved. Since the integral factor is still remaining alive for another year, but when comes to a new SAO mobile games after Variant Showdown shut down hardly? I'm sorry, I don't understand, Shadow. Love the animations in Fractured Daydream. Ever since the beta, they are beautiful, so many details and references even, but on the other hand, something like trial content has been drastically made. What do you mean by trial content? We will be sad that the SAO Variant Showdown goes almost last a year. Twice actually, Variant Showdown shut down before reaching a full year. That's twice. I believe we had a few minor surveys, 2 I can think of, but nothing to the same degree as the closed beta one. But in general, I'd rather them stray from surveys, especially as a priority. We had the character survey, if I remember correctly. Like at the midpoint or something? The closed beta one was a bit troublesome. Because I think they failed to send it in EU. Like the Bandai Namco EU screwed that survey up and it didn't go to anyone. I literally had to ping my contact at Bandai Namco Germany to send me a survey specifically. Because their newsletter with the survey just didn't arrive anywhere in the inbox or the spam emails. I even asked people within EU to see if they received any surveys from different regions in the EU. You know, people from the UK, people from France, and all those kinds of stuff. None of them received any surveys in the EU. So acknowledging bugs is an easy form of communication. We recognize these issues have they are doing them. They are doing them, immediately doing them, in fact. Like, they literally had issues after the last update on Nintendo Switch. They immediately said, hey, we have identified this issue. We are currently working on it. This is the workaround. For the part we can't fix, we're gonna issue an update soon. And next week, they literally updated the Steam version as promised. They are already doing that. It's just their communication is so silent and boring in its nature. That's probably not showing up on your feed. Sometimes I wonder why I'm interested in a game I have no system to play on, or maybe I'm just listening to your yap. Thank you, appreciate it. I mean, the game is fun. Like, you can still watch the story, enjoy the character interactions. I'll be perfectly honest, as a YouTuber, I don't watch any other people play games. I don't understand the charm of it myself. But here I am on the other side, you know, if people are enjoying it, that's great. I'm part of that experience, that makes me happy. Trial content in terms of primarily the cosmetics, which are ultimately the attraction, I'd say. The black sylph dress and Kitty Cat Shilika dress were unique, even if they were simply combined assets. Oh, the trial pass! I'm like, what is trial content? I do agree. Even if it's just mixed up assets, that is fine. As I said, if they give us unique gradients in terms of color design, that is also something I am okay with. I just have an issue with full-on recolors, like straight recolors. Color pick, specific green picked, change the color wheel, and call it a day. No, that is... not gonna work for me. But even if you change the color design, like put a color marker to the bottom of the dress, put a color marker on top of the dress, and make it a gradient, that is okay. However, you still need to give us the paint option on those color markers. That's all I'm asking. You already have it in Fatal Bullet. We should have it here. What I mean is when Bandai Namco makes a new SAO games in later future, that depends for what's gonna be Good mobile games for last a year. I mean, I hope they make games that last a long time, yes. I agree if that's what you're saying. They just need to let the game cook. Though to be frank, as I said, Variant Showdown's issues were compatibility, probably engine related. I'm no developer, I'm just making up words on my own, but you know what I mean. It just wasn't compatible on a wide range of devices, and that killed the game because it just couldn't garner the player base in the first place. But don't make that mistake again is number one, and two, just give the game time to cook. Those are the key things. I was the one to bookmark that. I don't bookmark anything on X. That's the one thing I don't use. But I never said anything on other important aspects, such as queues requiring 5 out of 20 players. That would have been very easy to at least say, we understand the possible issues for players. That's the thing. I think they think it's okay. And they're not so wrong, because when you go in with 4 people or less, the game becomes infinitely harder and stupidly long to clear the entire thing. It's especially felt when you get into the common area as a single party with single player yourself. It's a painful experience. I think that is by design, and the fact that they are not acknowledging it, that is also intentional, because there is absolutely no good way that can be addressed. There is this very rare circumstances where it is okay to not address something. There are times I do it as well with my own stuff. Sometimes I don't reply to specific things. Sometimes I don't say specific things, because sometimes it's just very rarely no answer you will give to people will do any good. And them not knowing that is actually going to be better for them. They cannot say our game becomes unplayable if we start before 5 players enter the lobby. They can't say our game becomes painful to play if we can't find 5 players to put into the lobby. Things like that. It doesn't benefit them. It doesn't benefit players. You just stay silent. Sometimes there's nothing you can do. Okay, let's finish these bundles. Chat has slowed down, so... This is the exact same outfit as the purple one. This is the same thing with Lifa. Bungie. Why am I blaming Bungie for this? Dimps! No! No! Well, okay. This is one ticket. This is one ticket. I literally said it is okay if the total comes up to 3 tickets. I'll stand by it. This is fine. This is fine. Isn't this just... Yeah, military, simple athlete. That's coming 2 back to back. Okay, so with all these things, 2 tickets for this, completely okay. 2 tickets for this, I agree. If you have that one already, where's the other one? Here. 2 tickets for these additionally. This is very standard Agile outfit. Feels like a full-on recolor. And this is a recolor of the other one. I think the pose is... who uses poses anyways? The weapon is the only unique one. Is it unique? Gem, a lot of decoration, 2-sided axe. Okay, the weapon is fully unique. Still, for only the weapon to be unique, 1 gem. This one, 1 gem, not the other one. The other one's okay with 2. This one, not gem, ticket, 1 ticket. This over here, totally not deserving of 2 tickets. Like, no way, absolutely no way. Okay, Lisbeth with booby armor. I love the glasses, not gonna lie. I also love the design of the hammer. This is good. I like this. The outfit, not so much. I'm a bit divided on outfit. Too girly for Lisbeth. Let me see with other characters. Let's see with a more girly character. Okay, let's see Strea. Maybe someone who actually can wear red. Let's see. You know what my problem is? Glasses are great, the outfit is great, it's just they don't go well together. Yeah, that is the problem. Yeah, see? Perfect. Perfect. Absolutely hideous. What are you even trying? I think this is fine. That they are aware of it being near impossible to find matches for certain players. But what can you do at that point? You're basically saying your game is unplayable. Like, there is no solution you can offer to those players other than, hey, why don't you try an hour later? Absolutely, that I can agree with, but that is also a very delicate thing. You can get to a point where if people see they can clear things with CPUs just fine, they're gonna start trying to abuse the matchmaking system. So what can you do about it? You can tweak things silently in such cases, trying to find a solution without people realizing. That's what you're supposed to do. You don't address it at all. You just silently try to solve the issue at that point. Like, for example, one of the recent patch notes, was it? They allowed NPCs to interact with consoles. You know, you put it that way and it's like, oh, yeah, that makes sense. But when you think about it, that is actually a measure specifically for low player count lobbies, because the NPCs can now interact with the consoles, especially in tower activation. That's gonna speed up the entire thing. If you try to be very direct, people are gonna realize, hey, wait, if I go in with players, everyone tries to focus on the ads, no one's focusing on the objective. These NPCs are now focusing the objective. It may be better to just go in with NPCs. And then they're gonna try to manipulate the matchmaking in their favor and things like that. Sometimes you just stay silent, try to solve it on your own. But the part of it where they don't say that active hours vary and they get it as an issue, simply saying it can be an issue at certain hours for certain players, it's just bad. What do many live service games do? Like, League does it. Sure. It gives you an expected matchmaking queue. But the thing with League is, there's millions of players. It doesn't matter whether your queue at best loads up in 20 seconds or at worst loads in 2 minutes. You're not gonna go worse. It's perpetually going to be able to find you a game. Fractured Daydream is not that. Like, you can see from the EX raid lobbies, the EX raid lobby absolutely takes into account the current activity level for that lobby. It used to be that it started immediately with 10 people at 57 seconds, but now if you see people joining around those times, the game actually considers it a bit more and sees if more people actually join up as well. Like, gives it a little bit more, a couple more seconds, 5 seconds, 10 seconds. If someone joins, maybe give it a 5-second more. You can see those changes in the matchmaking as it is. Like, they are doing things. But there's not much you can do. If I go in right now into multiplayer quests. Shut it, game, I know what I'm doing. And instead of going into a quick match, let's say I go co-op quest, and I say I specifically want to play Woods of Recollection Jade Maze World Tier 4. What is the game going to do? Is it gonna say, hey, it is literally impossible for me to find such a specific game for you. Why don't you go play quick play? No. Like, this is the kind of thing I should be thinking about, not the game warning me about that it's impossible to play it. That would be bad communication on their side. That's extremely negative communication for something that should be relatively clear to the player. Wait a second, what? Oh, that's another trial bundle. I was like, why is that Shilika bundle have the exact same thing as the one already given? But okay, it is trial bundle. Sure. These shouldn't exist. But they exist in every single game and they're gonna exist here. Nothing we can do about it. It's... Oh hey, they actually fixed the text. They probably did it like 6 months ago when I actually reported it. It used to say increase the amount to 5 times or something. It was explicitly using a multiplicator here. So I had to report it. I'm like, hey guys, you're charging premium currency for this. You're charging real money for this. Your text is literally wrong. Good to see they fixed it. It's the wording that's important, although it might not satisfy people. It's good to say regardless for those who aren't eager to say, game dead. Matchmaking manipulation is unfortunately something that already happens, with quick matches especially. Do you want it to happen more? That's the immediate question. I don't necessarily disagree with you. Like, what you're saying is correct. The thing I'm saying is, there is no good solution here via communication. If you communicate, things are just gonna get worse than they are right now. I think it's one of those things where you're better off appearing like a dick rather than doing the right thing and making people angry anyways. Nobody benefits if you do the right thing there, and if nobody benefits, is it really the right thing? It's better to just silently trying to solve the issue. A more recent example of something that could be mentioned in a little patch is the description issue with EX Golem's accessory effect. Accessory effect? Huh? Okay, wait, what does EX Golem drop again? It drops the Sword Mitre. I had that on Mito, but I think I took it off. What do you mean by EX Golem's accessory effect? That's the last thing I'm gonna address, by the way. It's 1:30 AM right now. Legendary effect on the bracelet accessory. It's a ring. You say EX Golem though? Does EX Golem drop exclusive legendary effects for the bracelet? Allow me to filter these, oh my god. I have no idea what the legendary effect on the bracelet is. Specifically from EX Golem. I'm confused. You're gonna have to explain that.
Sono dragon とっても可愛いね。
ありがとうございます。ピナって言うんですよ。
ピナちゃん、名前も素敵だね。
よかったら撫でてあげてください。とってもふわふわで気持ちいいんですよ。
They did mention minor description fixes in past patches for some other things. Though non-specific, they recently updated the effect descriptions for flight gauge up and flight speed up legendary effects. I mean, if they updated it on their side without any updates to the client. To be frank, I already hate the patch notes like that, minor description fixes. Like, I don't care, you don't need to mention that, in my opinion. Like, if it's pointless, then I am okay not having it. Give me filtering options, man. Give me filtering options. I have to cheat the sword to be able to do this. Speed while flying is increased by 50%, and flight gauge recovers 30% faster. Was this always a thing, or was this the addition you're talking about? That is new. They both added an extra effect and updated the description. I see. I don't know. As for EX Golem's accessory effect, I'll type out what it says exactly, and then I will wrap up the stream. My eyes are so dry right now. I blame the fucking desk lamp I have that's been burning my eyes since. You can see my eyes are getting narrow. That's why. Not because I'm sleepy or anything, but just like they have gotten so dry that it's hard to like keep them open properly. Null specific gradual damage 100%. I think I've seen that description somewhere, and I didn't understand what it was. So I was like, that's probably a false translation somewhere, and it's gonna get fixed if anyone reports it. Disabled slip damage from field effects and boss floors grants immunity to status effects and knockback. Yeah, I remember that. I remember that from somewhere. I've definitely seen it. There is no point posting about something like, yeah, we found a shit translation, we're fixing it as soon as possible. Like, if that's the concern, I don't think that's something you need to acknowledge. You just fix it and be done with it. It's not worth the social media manager taking 5 minutes to type out, hey, we have fixed, we know this is a thing, we know this is a shit translation, it's gonna be fixed next week when we can do a server-side update. It's fine. It's just a shit translation. It happens. I don't know what slip damage is. I don't know what gradual damage is. Sure, but that's gonna be solved the moment you retranslate it and push the translation to production. and you don't even know what languages are affected. Like, what do you do with it? It's just a wrong description. You can't push an acknowledgement for a single wrong description on a single item, on a single item slot that people may or may not even get. Because let's be real, people are not you, me, or the hardcore Japanese players. They're probably not even gonna play enough EX Sword Golem to get that drop. That is such a minor thing in the middle of minor things with such a low probability of actually encountering it. You just wait until the translation fix is pushed to production and the issue will be solved on its own. It's just interesting that there still hasn't been a minor patch for it. Has to be reported. Has to be reported. How do you even report stuff in this game, like bugs and stuff? Does Bandai Namco Entertainment Japan page have a reporting section for Fractured Daydream? Is there a report button somewhere in game? I'm pretty sure there isn't. They don't anymore, they got rid of it in season 2. How do you report stuff in game then? I mean, I'll be honest, that is such a small thing that I can't ping the social media managers whose not job, it's not their job to push through the bug reports and all those kinds of stuff through 50 different chains in the corporate chain of a multinational global company. That is just pain. That is stupid to ask for. Like, where would you otherwise report it? I have no idea. I got nothing to say, man. That is such a minor issue that is not worth notifying the reachable people. But it's something that has to be fixed one way or another. But if no one reports it, they're not gonna realize because they are not playing the English or German or French release of the game. I have no idea. They probably don't know, otherwise they would have fixed it. That's the thing. Like, to be frank, let me check something. Let me check something. Where is the release information? Not here. Maybe help pages? I think they actually fixed it. Let me see. What was the name of the first one? A Moment in Infinity, right? Yeah, here. Let me see. Yeah, okay, they did fix it. I have reported it for multiple seasons. It took multiple months, but the previous text, I am pretty certain it said adds 6 new weapons for Strea, including a one-handed sword, sniper rifle, and dagger. which implied you could get these different types of weapons for Strea, which was obviously not the case. I let them know multiple times in back-to-back releases. I'm pretty sure I did it for the Demon King. I am not sure if I did it for Moonlit Night Fragment, because, you know, we had other problems here to be taken care of. I completely forgot about it. But it seems they actually fixed it. And I wanted to report this to them specifically because this is advertising material that people pay for the DLC for. So having a factual error here is a problem for them as well. That was kind of sort of important. So I did let them know twice. And it's good to see that they fixed it. I opened this to say, hey, look at this. They still didn't fix this, but apparently they did. So that's my entire argument falls out of the way. But that's the thing. For something as small as an item description, that's pointless. I can't bother them with it because when I talk to someone, they have to talk to their superior. That superior has to probably talk with some translation team. Then that translation team has to go back to Japan. And Japan has to go with the developers as to, hey, what the fuck is this item supposed to do, really? And it's just back and forth like a stupid chain. That should be a regular bug report. Or like an error report. But if there is nothing on Bandai Namco Entertainment's own website to submit bug reports, I genuinely have no idea what to do. Because I don't think they will ever realize a random item description being stupidly wrong on their own, because they do not play the game. They're just responsible for doing their work, which does not include playing the game to the same level of involvement that we are, at the very least. Do they not have testers for other languages? It depends on the content we're talking about. The story sometimes has even multiple translators that are following like a Bible guideline in general. And then story also has, definitely has an editor to go through that everything, to make sure that everything matches up, that nothing sounds out of the ordinary. But the thing is, that editor nor the translators are obligated to have read every single light novel, for example, have followed the anime, for example, to know every single term or every single common phrase that SAO characters may use. So they may end up coming with different terms for terms that have been established already in the series. Shouldn't generally happen. They should have like general knowledge. But if you go into very specifics, it can happen. It's natural. Not everyone is obligated to live and breathe SAO, you know? It's just their job to translate at that point. Whereas when you come into things like these, it's not the same team that translates the story or the team that translates all these prompts. I wouldn't even be surprised if most of these are generally automated, like basic things, through AI translation. I'm pretty sure Variant Showdown completely uses AI translation. Like, I'm 99% sure, based on the way the speech of characters is translated. It's just a human translator wouldn't do those things, but completely besides the point. Like these tutorial thingies translated by a completely different team. Let's come over here to the news. These are translated by a different team. Then we come over to, where is it? Does it even exist? Let's see. Sword Art Online Fractured Daydream. Activities. Official news. These are translated and released by an entirely different team. In fact, most of these, Mito is available, Cat Knight City is available, Sachi, Filia, M Holds the Line, Pito Hui. These are not even done by Bandai Namco most of the time. These are probably done by, what was it, 48 Productions or something? a press firm, maybe, just maybe, that may be for Europe, maybe that's a different case with the US. But they're done by a different team. These codes that were released by the social media team, they're probably an entirely different team as well. And it's not the social media managers. That is probably like a marketing translating team or something that is then given to the social media managers to be posted here and on the social media. It's extremely complex. It shouldn't be that complex. It is stupidly complex. But it is kind of sort of impossible to have it any other way as well. Like, I don't even know how to explain this. It is already too late. And my mind is a soup already. But like, there's so many different teams that seemingly do the exact same job, but for different kind of assets for a given game, inside or outside the game. And it just gets... It becomes something you can't really have a proper oversight of, if that makes sense. I mean, we were talking about something like A Moment in Infinity, the first DLC and the second DLC having two entirely different brandings. Like two entirely different names. Where is it? Let me go back to the help page again. What is the official title right now for the DLC? A Moment in Infinity. A Moment in Infinity had two different names and nobody even realized until I reported it, and nobody fixed it until I reported it twice with the Demon King. I believe one was like the Return of the Demon King or something, and the other one was The Worlds Beyond the Demon King. And they were literally using two different brandings within the same screen. So on the left side it would say Worlds Beyond the Demon King, whereas in the tutorial text on the right it would say World Beyond the Return of the Demon, or whatever it was. So things like that it's very funny. Because probably the left side menus are handled by one person, whereas the actual tutorial translations is handled by a different team from a different person. And then you will have like posts here that is gonna have the Worlds Beyond 4. And it's gonna say something else down there, like what was the other branding? Worlds Beyond itself had two different brandings as well. One was Worlds Beyond. The otherworldly visitors, and they kept that otherworldly visitors for the entire duration of DLC 1 and 2 until I reported it multiple times. Most of the help guides had some extremely outdated info. That's probably extremely outdated in Japanese as well. That's probably not a translation issue. Just check Sachi's skill is still incorrect. Probably, like in these cases, you have to check the Japanese row as well. Like, it's not always the translator's fault. Sometimes it's just the original that's wrong as well. And it happens. Things slip through the cracks. Like, I played Destiny for 10 years, and the things that slip through the cracks through completely understandable things, for completely understandable reasons. It just happens. Nothing you can do about it. To finish up my thing now, it's the important errors that I like to bring to light. Unfortunately, you're the only one I know who really does. And sadly, I have my limits. Like, as I said, it sounds extremely unreasonable to use a completely personal and outside chain to get an item description fixed. Like, sorry on that front, but even the thought of it is just not logical. There has to be a reporting function, but if there isn't, that line just dies there. Yeah, you remember, right? You should remember. It went on for 2 DLCs. But never understood why DLCs don't seem to have more priority for issues like that. It's the result of 2 different departments translating. One is probably the marketing or assets, and the other is in-game translation. Again, there's so many different branches that handle different things. And when you don't communicate, it happens. Either way, I am amazed 20 of you are still watching me ramble half asleep, so thank you for your interest. If I can ask a final thing before I just crash into sleep during the stream, please do hit that like button. I would appreciate it. But you know, next week we have the daily rotator for EX raids, so maybe I'll stream both Friday and Saturday. We'll see. Cody never responded to me, did he? I asked whether he would be able to be around on Friday or Saturday, and I don't think he ever responded, so I guess we'll see next week. Thank you, appreciate it. I try to do my best to fill in the gaps where I can. Even though I am at a point where I can't care all that much. Like my Death Gun Celebration quest tweet, I think it's like 2 weeks late. It came out on August 30th, right? Yeah. And I posted it like 3 days ago. But at least I did it before the official accounts did, so that wasn't so bad. Either way, thank you very much for watching. I'd really appreciate if you could hit the like before turning off the tab, quitting the tab. And otherwise, I will see you all next week and throughout the weeks. You know, I have the usual Variant Showdown preview, shorts, and all those kinds of stuff, the story posts. Follow me on Twitter. That's where I have been sharing a lot of stuff lately, because I don't have the time to make normal videos for YouTube. So just sharing stuff on Twitter right now. Either way, good night. Happy birthday, Death Gun? No, it's not happy birthday. It is commemoration of the, what was it, 6th, 7th, or 9th episode? Whichever episode is titled Death Gun, where he takes out Pale Rider and makes his declaration to the camera following them. That's the episode they're commemorating. For some reason, they said they are commemorating Death Gun's debut. That is about 2 to 3 months off, because Death Gun debuted in the first episode of Phantom Bullet as the pre-title card opener, and then appeared for multiple episodes up until that point in the Bullet of Bullets. So I wrote all about that on Twitter as well. Please follow me on Twitter. Appreciate it. Thank you. Good night now. No. Reports work. The problem is triage and then prioritization. Trust me, reports do work. The problem is prioritizing them, setting aside manpower based on the prioritization, and then actually reproducing it first, preferably, because unless you can reproduce it, you can't fix it. You have to then fix it. Sometimes you can't fix it. Sometimes when you fix it, but something else that is more important breaks. It's an incredibly frustrating chain. Game development and development in general, to be honest. So reports do work, but life of coding shit is just pain, and it's not easy. Okay, now, bye bye. If you have questions, you can ask them on Twitter, and I will respond like tomorrow morning.